I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus. I just want to speak the name of Jesus till every dark addiction starts to break, declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. And I just want to speak the name of Jesus over fear and all anxiety. To every soul held captive by depression, I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Shout Jesus from the mountains. Jesus in the street. Jesus in the darkness over every enemy. Jesus for my family, I speak the holy name. Jesus. Shout Jesus from the mountains. Jesus in the street. Jesus in the darkness over every enemy. Jesus for my took the fall and thought of me above all powers, of all kings, above all nature and all created things, above all wisdom and all the ways of man. You were here before the world began. Above all kingdoms, above all thrones, above all wonders the world has ever known, above all wealth and treasures of the earth. There's no way to measure what you're worth. You were crucified and laid behind the stone. You lived and died, rejected and alone, like a rose trampled on the ground. You took the fall, thought of me above all, like a rose trembled on the ground. You took the fall, thought of me.
Okay, I hope everybody is eating and munching something. We have said we're keeping to time today. So while you're grabbing your breakfast or if you're eating, I will just go over the housekeeping rules again because we have our first speaker. I did earlier, but we didn't have a handful of people then. We do have 4 washrooms. We have 2 to the back, and then we have 2 to my extreme right. We also have 4 exits, 1 right where you came in from. We have 1 to my right, and then we have 2 to the extreme right. In case of emergency or any accident, our muster point will be outside on the lawn, so we can count and make sure everybody is accounted for. The children will be taken care of just in that room. We have a childminder there, so once they're done with their breakfast, they can make their way over to that place. Please, if you have questions, we have a notepad and pens on our table. We can scribble down our questions, and then our speakers will try to answer them. Because of our time, media, can we reduce the... Because of our time, we might not be able to take all questions live. So, but we would make sure we get it across to our speakers, and they can always provide an answer to us. Please, if you need anything, you have any question, or you need clarity for anything, please see me. My name is Adura, and I'll be the coordinator for today's workshop. So a big welcome to everybody once again. All right, so it's 10:30, and we have our first speaker already. He's a friend of the house. He's someone we can always call on. He's a big brother to me. Like, I just said, Doc, we need you to come again. I was like, yeah, why not? I'm excited to come. He sent me a long bio, but I'm not going to read all that. But Dr. Ojari has been a resident of Saskatchewan since 2009. He is an immigration expert. He's got decades of experience handling immigration matters, and more recently, he is running for member of MLA, member of the Legislative Assembly for Saskatoon University area. So please, if you live around that axis and you want to find out more about his mandates, make sure you see him to know whether he deserves your vote but I do think he does. So, without much further ado, let's give a round of applause for Dr. John Howojari as he takes us on immigration and residency matter. Thank you, sir. The slides are.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back here. This is always like a second home. Anytime I'm invited, I will gladly, before I check my schedule, I will say yes. Then I'll go and make my schedule work. Amen. Nice to see everybody. Please enjoy your breakfast. This is not, this is an informal conversation. So please feel free to enjoy your breakfast. All right. So, well, maybe as I was driving here, I just thought of something that maybe I'll make this a little bit informal by sharing. I may not stay like on the slide that more. I may just use it as a guide. Like she said, I've been here for 14 years. I came as oh, okay, great. Oh, great. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. So I came here 14 years ago as a worker. Most people, well, some people come as a permanent resident. If you came as a permanent resident, can you, okay, you see some people. But I came as a worker. If you're a temporary resident, can you wave? Okay. So that's good to know. Because now, that helps me to know that most of this information, you are getting it for somebody that may need it. Good. Very good. All right. So I came in as a worker, and so I wasn't as comfortable as all of you here. I came as a worker after my PhD in South Africa. I got a postdoc here. So I moved here. And like in those days, they used to call it Saskabush. But we all know it's no longer a bush anymore. This is beautiful. Amen. So the immediate challenge I had was, how do I become permanent resident? How do I? And as at that time, I had lived in other countries. So I lived in South Africa. And I moved here. And I was going to also go to Germany to live in Germany. So I was like, okay, where? Okay, yeah, thanks. Okay, I'm trying to scroll, but it doesn't. Okay. All right. So, in essence, most of the things I've learned in immigration, they were born out of personal challenges. But of course, to practice immigration in Canada, you need to do immigration law. So I have to go and do immigration law and get license and all of that. So, in essence, what I'm saying is that for me, immigration is more of a passion. My first PR application was declined. And it was declined because the officer said I was a postdoc. And if you know what postdocs are, postdoc is a generic name. You could be a postdoc and be a biologist. You could be a postdoc and be a medical doctor. You could be a postdoc and be an engineer. The officer said, you are trying to immigrate to Canada as a biologist, but in your application, I saw that you're a postdoc. What is that? So I'm refusing your application. And I was like, if you don't know what a postdoc is, you should go and Google that, you know. But unfortunately for the situation, not for me, because for the situation, by the time I was going to reapply, they have changed the rules. Lesson number one, rules change a lot. By the time I applied the first time, you didn't even need to do IELTS. No. You only need to show that you are able to speak English. Your education, whatever. By the time I said, okay, instead of what do I do? Let me reapply. Now they have changed it. Number one, you need to do IELTS. Whether you are a daughter to Obama in the US, you still have to do IELTS. Number two, you also still need to do credential evaluation. Many of you that immigrated after that, you did ECA, right? With WES, ICAS. We never needed to do that then. But they started that rule. I'm like, oh my God. So there was delay. Now, I'm giving this background to make it more, for you to be able to relate to it. Not be for you, maybe for somebody out there that are temporary residents. They can't always get an avenue to immigrate. But there are a lot of hurdles to cross. All right, next slide. So, I will just talk briefly, Canadian immigration system, policy, facts, and myth. challenges and how to transition from TR to permanent resident. And since most of you are permanent resident already, I'll probably talk a little bit about the responsibilities of a permanent resident and how to transition to citizenship without issues. All right. So in the next slide, so the Canadian immigration system, of course, a lot of people want to come here. Let me be honest with you. Canada is one of the, I don't want to be, it's one of the 3 destination hotspots for immigrants. One of the best 3 globally. And of course, you know why. Don't you like the life we live here? You can. One day I went to buy something in what was the name of the store? I can't remember. I saw a Muslim girl, and then I said, Salam alaikum. You know what that means? Peace be unto you. I just greeted in Arabic. And then she just replied me. In a way, I said, I just greeted you, didn't respond. He said, I responded. But you see, the truth is that one of the tenets of Canadian constitution is that everybody should feel free to practice their faith. I'm a Christian. I got born again when I was 14. And I felt that one of the things I like in Canada is when you go to the park, you see people from Middle East. You see people from everywhere. You mingle together. We did a 1 million march for children supporting parental rights the other day. The guy next to me was an imam. We took a picture together. We exchanged. And that's Canada for you. Everybody should feel free to practice their faith. I had some conversation. I don't want to digress too much. There is a lot of things to, but I don't want to digress too much. But the point is that Canada is a lovely place because of the freedom we enjoy. Freedom that we enjoy here. Apart from many other things. The healthcare system. One of my friends went to the U.S. sometimes ago and broke his limbs, and then they gave him his bill. He wanted to run back to Canada quickly. Because you just go with your health card. Do you have your health card? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're sorry. Just sit down and everything's taken care of. But it's not like that everywhere else. The children's school some of you paid a lot. And I was a lecturer in OAU, and my wife was here. Sometimes when I needed to pay for the students, my children's, I would say, I'll tell my wife, I beg, send money. As a lecturer, and your children are attending. But how much do you pay for your children's education in Canada? Especially, I'm talking about before the university. So these and many other reasons are why people like to come here. Amen. And of course, because of the snow. Some people like to come here because of the snow. All right. So, of course, the Canadian immigration system, is one of the most transparent globally. In the immigration law program, we have to study other immigration program of other countries and how Canada arrived at their own. You see what they used to do in the US? You just do a lottery. Whether you're a carpenter and hire an assassin or whatever, if you get the picked, then you're on your way to the US with your guns and everything you. But here, they select people carefully. How many of you did IELTS? How many times to achieve the marks you want? Thank you for telling the truth, my sister. See, Canada, it's well calculated. 6 selection factors: age, education, work experience, adaptability, language. Right? All of those things. And that's why the immigration is working, and it will always work. People say they will stop immigration. Canada will never stop immigration. Go and write it down. Because we need immigrants. Right? We need, you see, I'm now saying we need, not they need. We, all of us, we need more immigrants. Look at the population. Nursing homes. Look at our population. People that are more than 70 and above, they're a lot. Life expectancy is high. When you have high standard of living, right? In Japan, standard of living is one of the highest, probably the highest globally. In Japan, it's very natural to see somebody that is 95 years old. And sometimes even doing gym. All right. So there are a lot of programs, agri-food, global talent. They have even started new programs, a lot of very new programs to attract people, certain set of people. Just last week, one of my clients, who is a nurse from an African country, her point was 330 something. And I encouraged her, I said, look, Canada always like nurses. A province will, this thing is not working. It's been 3 months we have been in the pool. I said, just calm down. Last week, Ontario, I don't know if you knew about the Ontario PMP, they selected doctors, nurses, even people with CRS score as low as 330 something. And she was like, wow, you said it. This is a miracle. God works miracle, but we have to do our part. So Canada will always want people, especially people that are inside. 2-3 years ago during COVID, they did a draw for people inside Canada. They took 27,000 people in one day. The minimum cutoff was 75. Meaning that even if you have no education, no language, not good language score, and just want your work experience, but you're inside Canada, we want you. They transition thousands of people. So, next slide. So there are a lot of opportunities for people to transition. And that's how the Canadian immigration system works. Look at these statistics in the last 30 years. Sorry if this is not very clear. But what this is showing is that from 2000 to date, Canada has always brought in 200,000 to 250,000 people every year. And I read a statistics a week ago. Our population for the first time has now gone above, 40 million. I thought somebody would say, hoo, hoo, hoo. That is the size of how many states in Nigeria, for people that came from Nigeria. Which country are you from? Colombia. How big is Colombia? 52 million. We are going to catch up with you. Because we want people to build the economy here. See the growth in our province. See the growth in our province here. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Our province and the government, they are doing well. Please help us broadcast it. Unemployment rate in Saskatchewan is one of the lowest in Canada. Balance book. 2 years ago, everybody that owned a car in Saskatoon got a $500 check. How many of you got it there? I asked myself, is it a mistake? Am I supposed to get the check or am I supposed to pay it? All right, let's leave that. So, but even the government says in the next 3 years, they want 500,000 people to be able to come in. How many of you have got a call from Statistics Canada before? Who has got a call? Why do they do that? One day I got a call, he said, we've sent you messages, you've not responded. I said, I apologize. I got it, but we moved, so what do you need from me? And they started asking questions, 1 hour on the phone. These statistics, this data, that's what they use to plan. They know how many people are working, how many people are not working. They plan. They know they need people, right? And that's simply why they do that. But in some places, you don't even plan, right? You put the horse before the cart before the horse. Anyway, let's leave that. Next slide. So this slide is just saying many people are coming to Canada. Well, because of time, I will try to go faster. Look at this stats if you can see it. What is just showing is the number of study permit refusal rate globally. You see, is always low in African countries. Look at the rate for Nigeria. Refusal rate is more than 50. Ghana, the same thing. Senegal, the same thing. But look at the one for Japan. 1%. The one for France, 7%, less than 10%. Out of every 100 people that apply from Japan, 99 of them get accepted. And if you look at the next slide, this is from 2000, in 2022. But look at the 2000, next slide. 2000 to, this is not different. These are historical data. What does it mean? If somebody is a temporary resident in Canada, you got your study permit approved, count yourself lucky. That's what it means. Because out of every 10 people that apply from Nigeria or from Colombia is not there, but I don't know, but it might be. Somewhere in between, right? Is there? Oh, is there? Oh. Ooh, see that? Approval rate is not bad in Colombia. Oh, nice. Okay. And you guys are getting approved nice, which is good. I analyzed the data. Thank you for thinking like that. But let's pick another country. Look at Bangladesh. Right? You see, it's lower, even though a lot of people apply from blind. The size of people that apply depends on the size of the country. In India, China, Nigeria too. Yeah. But then, I think the approval rate is dependent on the socio-economic situation in that country. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody from Colombia may apply and say, in my account I have like $120,000. Whereas somebody in Senegal might say, well, I am struggling, I'm trying. I've been able to raise $2,500. Please accept it like that. And the officer says, well, sorry, that's not enough to pay your tuition. You know, so those are the factors. But once somebody is here, there is tremendous opportunity. Because in Canada, we say, come here. We want you to go away. If you get trained, even though you paid for your own tuition, and you have paid and you have schooled, please don't go away. Use these skills here. One thing people don't know is that at the point you're applying for your temporary resident permit, visa, you must show that you have plans to go back. But once you are here, we encourage you to stay. However, when you apply, don't say, I want to come and study here. So when I finish studying, the next thing I will just get postgraduate work permit. And I'll be planning for my permanent residence. In fact, that brother called John is running for MLA. I'm going to be running with him in another 5 years. Don't say that because you are shooting yourself in the foot. Focus on the temporary nature of your visit. And once you are done, you can change your mind now. Right? You are allowed to change your mind. All right. Please, when I have like 5 more minutes, let me know. I want to. Okay. So this is counting down. Good. Okay. Nice. Okay. So you see, this data shows pretty much what goes on in the mind of the officers, and depending on, you know. And a lot of times people say the officers are very mean. I said, it is what it is. I'll give you an example. I've been in interview meetings and you've seen different kind of people. You have an interview, you sit on the board of an interview, and a guy comes in, he has a very good degree from Harvard. Another guy comes in, has a very good degree from where? I don't want to mention an Ivy League school. I lecture in Ife, so please don't mention Ife. Let's use another word. Let's say Osun State Polytechnic. Let's say that. Or Ado Ekiti. Or a university that is not highly rated in Colombia. I don't know what university that is. You see, let's tell ourselves the truth. The guy comes in and says, well, introduce yourself. Well, I was the best student in my class in Harvard. Tell yourself the truth. You want to listen to him. You know Harvard, how qualitative education is, right? And somebody comes and says, I went to Osun State Polytechnic. My parents struggled. And finally, we paid the tuition. And I tried, I finished. I didn't do too well, but I didn't do too bad. I had a lower credit. You see, these things are what they are. When you put together an application, and you may also go ahead and help us tell people that apply, if they are not using a consultant. You don't have to use a consultant, to be honest. You don't have to use a consultant. And even when I relate with clients, I always try to say, what can you do on your own? Because you are the best defender of your own case. But a consultant has experience. I'll give you one of the experience. I applied for a student, and we got what they call a procedural fairness letter. You know what that means? The officer just wrote and said, I have grounds. When you see what the officer said, I have grounds to believe that you have misrepresented yourself. And I'm like, what did you do? we now looked at it. The wife applied for, both of them applied for, the husband applied for study, the wife applied for study, the husband open work permit. But then, in the application, they have been refused a USA visa, but he forgot. I said, why would you make this mistake? Oh my God. And then he said, they are going to, in fact, they should refuse us, but they should not ban us. So they should refuse us. I said, okay, let me think. Then I studied the application again. I gave him 3 options, 3 possibilities. Number 1, they might refuse you and not ban you. Number 2, they might ban you for 2 years. Number 3, they might approve, but the chances of approval is less than 1%. Because if you get that letter, anybody will say, I didn't know. That's not what everybody says. I didn't know, sorry, I didn't know. That's not what will work. That's pretty much standard. So, but when I studied again, I said, 2 of you applied. 2 of you were refused. But the husband declared everything his own. I didn't know that both of you applied together because I wouldn't know. But the fact that the husband in the same application mentioned all of these things shows that it's an honest mistake. So we wrote and said, officer, you are doing your job. You are protecting Canada. You are doing a good job. Thumbs up. However, this client, in fact, even me as a consultant, if they did something bad, I would want you to nail them very well. But they didn't do anything wrong. They just made an honest mistake. How do I prove it? Number 1. Look at in the same application. Whoever wants to lie, you don't lie, you lie, but these people are not lying. Yes. But it's just so, What happened? One of them got approved 3 days later. So, this moral of this story is, they could have handled it on their own. Somebody got the same letter, and he responded, and we advised him. I said, don't. He said, no, I don't like your response. I want to do my own response. My response is this. I am struggling a lot. Even though I lied there, it's true, because I didn't know that you would know something in that line. He said, this is a wrong way to respond. I said, no, that's the way. Please, that's the way I want it to be. They banned him for 2 years, look for a lawyer to defend, and immigration, they stay within the ambit of the law. Anyway, next slide. So, there are a lot of new immigration programs for people that are inside Canada. A lot of new immigration programs. Especially for family reunification, you have a spouse studying. Since COVID, the government has always been very positively. And of course, in Canada, family reunification is one of the tenets of Canadian immigration law. The husband, I know people who came to Canada eventually because they were running a program in US and US will not give their spouse visa. They applied 4 times, 5 times, they said no. And this guy said, I can't concentrate, I'm running, my head is turning like this. They said, we don't care. Face your studies, it's fine, you'll be fine. But in Canada, we say, no. So they encourage family reunification. In fact, in the application, you should always put it there. I say, when you can massage the psyche of the officer and say, thank you, officer. We know that you are just doing your job, but the government already announced this, this thing about family reunification, and we know that you also understand, we remember it. In case you have forgotten, I've just put the link there. In case, just for you to refresh your memory. Thank you, officer. God bless you. And I started reading and said, yeah. I remember too. The minister said it 2 months ago. True. And then he's favorably disposed to treating you. So, visitor to work permit. Visitor have to go out to apply for work permit. But because of these COVID-19 emergency measures, you don't have to go out, you can apply from inside. However, visitors cannot apply for study permit. People are still making that mistake now. I'm a visitor, I just want to transition. Okay, I got admission in Sax Poly. I will now apply. If you apply, they will refuse you on procedural. It doesn't mean they will reject your application. There's a difference between rejection and refusal. Refusal means the officer considers your case and it doesn't have merit. But rejection means that Your file was looked at. It did not. It's just like a court not having jurisdiction over a matter. The court said, well, we don't have jurisdiction. You say, hey, we have won. You have not won. The court has just said they don't have jurisdiction over the matter. The guy will take it to another court that has jurisdiction, and if he has merit, he will win. So rejection and refusal are two different things. Most people, visitors applying for study permit, get rejected if they apply inside Canada. What they should do is that they should apply as if they are outside. Yeah, a lady called me and said, I don't know why. I have all the funds. I'm inside Canada. I've left my job in my home country. And I look at it and I said, this is what is happening. She just paid for a consultation session. I helped her look at it. I said, look, you don't need to pay a lot of money to just the same. Your application is good, but the officer rejected. He didn't refuse you. She applied within maybe 2-3 weeks because she already had the medicals and everything. Then they say your visa is approved. Go to a border and then just collect your visa. I said, I didn't know. They should have just overlooked it now. Shebi is just no, it doesn't work like that. They follow procedures. All right. So there's tech. There's more recently they have been doing category-based draws, just like I mentioned now for the nurse client. I've been doing category French. If people have French ability, that's been very awesome. There have been. Some people just went to learn French. Ontario, even Saskatchewan, it helps people to get immigration faster because our country is bilingual, right? There are some things you want to apply for if you are not bilingual. Who can speak French here? Oh, nice. Intermediate. Comment ça va? Oui. It's nice. I wanted to apply for a board position somewhere. They pay you sit maybe, they pay you maybe $850 per seat. Just one hour. I said, oh, that doesn't look bad. I want to apply. They say you must be bilingual. I said, comment ça va? They say you need to be able to say more than that. You need functional French. So it's good to learn French, really. Our children are growing up. Some people put their children in French schools so that they can. My son comes home and spends. I don't understand that. Change to English. I don't understand. Baturenchi. I don't understand French. Baturenchi is no English in a language in Nigeria. But honestly, it's a good thing if one can be bilingual in Canada. All right, next slide. So there are myths and facts about Canadian immigration. We just go through some. Number one, some people say, next slide, that you can buy a house in Canada and then you just become PR. I say, this is not Dubai. This is not Dubai. Yes. Buying a property in Canada can make me a PR. It's not true. In fact, the government is cracking down on people trying to come here. That's why our house, want to buy a house now. People that bought houses in 2008, they were luckier because their house price has doubled. But if you want to buy a house now, it's out of the roof. Interest rate is high. People from China, Colombia, I don't know whether people from Colombia are also buying houses here. Are they buying houses here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. But you see, people in China will just come here. They have 1 million yuan. Just say, how much is the house? They say 550. I can offer you 600 if there are too many people. 600, I'll pay 600. So you see, that's how the market price goes up. And you gathered it, you collected 5,000 from brother B. Just help me, I will return it in 5 months. Just let me see. But a guy comes from China and says, how much is it? 500. I pay 550. Cash down. Cash down. It's fine. Cash down. Even if the person selling the house wanted to sell to you, he likes you. You say, but this person is paying cash down. And he even is giving me 50,000 on top. Sorry. It's market forces, right? So buying a property in Canada won't make you PR. I do not need IELTS exam so far. I'm an investor. That's not true. Even the investor class. We do a lot of investor category too. These are people that have money, and also they have a business in their country and they want to come and start a business here, but you still need IELTS, except you are investing more than $2 million into Canada. They exempt that. But $2 million is a lot, right? So your study permit, yes, please help us tell students. Once you finish your studies, one of the conditions of your study permit is that you finish your study October, today's date is October 7th. 3 months after, even if your study permit is until September next year, technically, your study permit, even though you have the permit, but it has expired. Even 3 months after you finish your study, even though it still is, I don't want to apply for postgraduate work permit, I just want to enjoy. I pay for tuition, no, I want to enjoy my study permit to the last. If you are not careful, your postgraduate work permit, you must apply within 180 days. After you are finished. No, I still have study permit. Let me travel back home and go and greet my grandma. I'll stay for 3 months. And you now come back in April. You finish in October. Come back again. But my study permit still allows me till September. I'm just taking my time. You may be in trouble because after the 180 days, the officer will refuse you based on procedural, reject you based on procedural and say, well, you are qualified, completion letter is there, transcript is there, but sorry, I'm going to say no because you did not apply within 180 days as stipulated in the subsection 242, blah, 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 blah. Yes. 5 more minutes. Yes, thank you. I like telling stories, So, it's very important. Another myth is that international trade professionals are not as qualified as Canadian professionals. It's not true. They are as qualified. However, the truth is that every jurisdiction has their rules and policy. It's just to make sure you match up. Right, next slide. So, how do people transition from TR to PR? Mostly get your language test done, get your completion letter, and if you are working inside Canada, get your proof of employment done. Next slide. There are a lot of programs, a whole lot, especially when people are inside Canada, the SIMP, the OIMP, other PMPs, Canadian Experience Class, Express Entry. Being here, having work experience gives you more points for EE. Study here gives you more points for Express Entry. So those things help. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So one thing I will just point our attention to is that sometimes in 2022, about a year ago, Canada changed from the NOC system to the TEER system. One of the reasons why people's application get refused, whether PR or whatever, number one, NOC mismatch. That's number one. Number two, financial reasons. Those two reasons are very key. So they don't use NOC anymore. They use TER. But you can read it up if you have, because of time, I won't go into that. But they have changed it. In fact, I used to know the NOCs, most of them so often, but now it's a new system. I just have to Google, search it up. Next slide. So just take note and make sure you choose the exact NOC. If you need help, seek for help. Don't go and say it should be this one. It has to be precise. Because if you are claiming an NOC, you don't have, it's a grant for refusal. So these are the NOC, the tiers, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0 being the management occupations. And for immigration, most times, it's tier 0, 1, 2, 3 that are acceptable. Because tier 4 and 5 are, like unskilled work. Next slide. Yeah, this is just talking about the tier system. Next one. Major and minor groups. But like I said, these things are very easy. Most of this information are online, but just if you are confused, please seek for help. Now, who can apply for open work permit? I'll just pick one point out, especially in case you have students. Most of these things are generally known. Of course, a spouse of a student can apply for open work permit. A spouse of a worker, especially if the worker has skilled work or some unskilled work too, depending on the condition. But there's a category that is exciting. A student comes in, paid for his tuition. The parents are doing well. Year 1 done. Year 2 done. Year 3, exchange rate fluctuation is now out of the rule. The parents lost their job and they cannot pay. Some of those students don't know that they can use the category called, that's the one that says destituent student. That's the, which number? No, second one. Yeah, destitute students. That is, you have shown evidence that you paid your tuition twice before. Now I cannot. My parents, Canada won't throw you out. Apply for open work permit. Go work. Get a leave from your school is allowed, but a lot of students don't know. Many of them lost their status before they could even think of. You could have just applied immediately for on this grant. Show evidence that you have done this before. They will give you open work permit. Then you can work, make some money, and then get back to school. And by the time you do that, maybe the condition of your parents have now improved. I said, Canadian government, I thank you, but I'm back. Next slide. So the challenges that immigrants have: cultural adjustment, language barrier for people whose first language is not English, employment and housing crisis, of course, like we've talked about that. Next one. Conclusion. Oh, I'm doing well. I'm on the concluding slide and I still have 2 more minutes. I can look for a story now. The utmost goal of everyone's relocation is to be able to transition from temporary worker to permanent residency and then to being a citizen. For you to achieve this, you need to set out your goal, plan it, execute it, pray about it, and you will surely get it. Prayer works. Believe me. I had a client, I got a story. I know I always get a story. I say I have 1 minute, 30 seconds. This client is in Alberta. We were trying to apply. It seemed as if all the programs ended. One day I was just, I felt for her. More or less I was just like, God, do something about this case. The following day, they just announced the program for religious. She's a religious worker. In Saskatchewan, religious worker you can use that as immigration power, but in Alberta, no. They just say, okay, we have seen Saskatchewan, we have seen Manitoba, they do this. Alberta, we are also starting to now give provincial nomination for people that are religious workers. And people that have experience for 1 year, they are now in prime position. She had exactly one year experience. We applied, she got nominated 3 months later. Now we have applied for permanent residence. Prayer works. All right, no more stories. Thank you.
Do we have any question for Dr. Wujuri? Yeah, if you want to clap for him, please go ahead. You pay for this kind of session, and you're getting it for free with breakfast. So, any question? All right.
Thank you very much for beautiful presentation. My name is Hamza Tisede. I just want to ask if you are here on LMIA exempt, what's the best route to? Is it PRO you call it? Or?
Thank you. So LMIA exempt means that you're on a work permit. That is LMIA exempt. So there are different categories. It might be you are LMIA exempt because you're a religious worker or you're intercompany transferee. Those are LMIA exempt. Research. Oh, okay, like postdoc research. Yes. So whatever work experience, that's actually what I came into Canada with in 2009, actually. So whatever work experience you gather is Canadian work experience. In as much as you get paid inside Canada. Some people have that work permit, but they are being paid outside. You know that too. But if you are being paid inside Canada, whatever work experience you have, you can use it for immigration. Now, the other question is, how can you transition? It depends. It depends on your language ability, your years of work experience, what your CRS score will be. Of course, you'll be able to claim point for having Canadian work experience. Let's say your CRS point is 342. That's low. Let's say it's 492. You are likely going to get IT anytime soon. But even if it is 342, but because you are going to be put under Canadian experience class. They have not done draws for Canadian experience class for a long time, but we believe they are going to resume that. When they resume it, even with 300 and something, the person will still get invited, right? But if the work is in Saskatchewan, the person should look at SIMP. existing work permit, it's easier to get nomination and get your 600 points and then go and flex muscle in express entry with 600 points.
Follow up. All right, follow up. Please, this person is LMI exempt, not paid. Not paid.
So that's the challenge. You know, I said it because, you know, I know that people have questions. So I'm trying to put everything. But if it's not paid, you can, any work experience at all in Canada or outside, if you are not paid, no, you don't get, you can't use it. It has to be paid. Paid, if you look at the website, paid work experience. Yeah.
Yes. First off, good morning, everyone. We are recent newcomers from Colombia. My wife, my 2 children, and myself. We obtained permanent residency through the ISMP program, the Saskatchewan one. I was first by myself in the country, and I lived in Ontario. So you might tell about the challenges that people have when they're by themselves, just leading to start the immigration process. I have 3 questions. We are now permanent residents, but we look forward to having our citizenship. So when is the best time to apply for Canadian citizenship, as we previously obtained the PR? Second is, can we just, if ever we make our minds, can we ever be PR holders forever? And the third, maybe there's a fourth one, the third is, how can we invite our mother-in-law? We have transitioned, as you're saying, and we're happy to be here, but our children need grandma, and I might need mommy to be by ourselves.
Absolutely.
So how can we invite it? Is it a big major issue? And the fourth is, if we ever have new opportunities outside of Saskatoon, will we ever be able to leave Saskatoon? With that we have PR. People say so much about this.
Yeah, beautiful question. I will answer. Your questions are lovely, and they are all tied together. Number one, once you are nominated by Saskatchewan, you are only obligated to stay here for 2 years. After the 2 years, you can go anywhere. But please, if you do leave, come back to visit us. The prairie is nice. However, that's number one. Number 2 is that your mother-in-law, she's welcome. You can apply. There are different ways you can bring her here. Do you want her to come here on a temporary nature or a more permanent nature? If it's temporary, you can apply for a visitor's visa. And if she meets the requirement, she'll be given. You can also apply for a super visa, which even allows her to stay 2 years at a time. And she'll be given 10-year visa. She can also, after you have stayed here for 3 years in Canada, not necessarily in Saskatchewan, you can apply for parent and grandparent permanent residence. But that's a lot. You want to apply, he wants to apply, everybody wants to apply. They only have space for, in a year, for about 10,000, but 100,000 people apply. So they do a draw. If you are selected, then you can apply for PR. But while trying to wait for that, you can do the visitor's visa or the super visa. And the first question about, which one?
And they choose to stay as permanent?
Yeah, you can if you want, but it's not a good idea. Because if you're a permanent resident, you are not a citizen. You are not a citizen, right? If you're a citizen, you could even decide to leave Canada for 2 years, stay back in Colombia, even 10 years if you want, for example, and come back because you're a citizen. But if you're a PR, you could lose your PR status if you go back and you do not meet your residency time, because as a PR, your residency obligation is that in every 5 years, you must stay in Canada for 3 years. So you could, if you want, keep renewing, but I always say it's not the best. And when can you apply for citizenship? When your period as a temporary resident will be counted as half day. Every 1 day you stayed as a permanent resident will be counted as half day. Do we understand that? So if you spend, let's say you were 2 years as a temporary resident on work permit, and you live in Canada, it will be counted as 1 year. So you can block 1 year off. Then live as a permanent resident for 2 years, and then you'll be eligible for citizenship. Because you need. No, you actually, for citizenship, they don't stress you about language. Yeah, even if for you to become permanent resident, you did English or French, right? Yeah, whatever result you did, you used there, even if it had expired, you can resubmit an expired result. Yeah, they don't stress you. You are going to be a citizen. We don't want to stress you.
Thank you. Sorry, we can't take any more questions. I'm so sorry, Mr. Angel. Please write down your question. Because of our time, our next speaker is here. Write down your question and I'll pass it on to me. Sir, do you have your card? Somebody asked for your business card, even though I have your details. All right. Also, like I said, is running for MLA, member of the next. Please reach out to him if you are within University Saskatoon, Sutherland area, and ask him what is his mandate. Don't just give him your vote without believing in his mandate. He's under the Saskatchewan party, even though he has my vote. Yes, please. I will send out his contacts to us. I have all our emails. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ojori. Thank you for being here with us. All right. I hope you're learning something. Please write down your question. I will pass it on to him. It's a promise. And I will get the answers across to you. All right. So we're going to go on to our next speaker. And she's such a lively person. You know, I've met her for just some minutes and she carries so much life. We have today Tia Jones. Right? Oh, you see what I'm saying? All right, so Tia has been working with the CRA. The CRA is a Canada Revenue Agency for over 2 decades. So that's 20 years. And she said that of all the positions she's had with the CRA, being the benefits outreach officer has been far most rewarding. So this morning, Tia is going to take us on income tax benefits and some of the credits that you are supposed to be enjoying if you've not been enjoying them, and if you've been enjoying them, how to keep enjoying them as a Canadian residents. All right, so let's give it up for Tia.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Adira. And how am I about to follow that presentation? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. I can see my presentation, however, you cannot at this moment. So I apologize for that. I'm not certain what's going on or if this TV can be turned around. But, so as mentioned, I'm Tia Jones. I'm a benefits outreach officer for Canada Revenue Agency, and I'm really excited to be here. We understand individuals and families new to Canada may not be aware of the benefits and credits that may be available to them. My goal today is to educate, inform, and make tax filing and communicating with the Canada Revenue Agency less intimidating for all. So, we have the basic outline of the information I'm going to share with you today. Canada's tax system, residency status for income tax purposes, filing your tax return, tax credits for students and individuals, a little bit about the underground economy, ways to do your taxes, online services, and some online tools. And then I'm going to follow up with scams and how to avoid being a victim of them. So let's start with why we pay taxes and how the money gets spent. So they're mandatory payments made to a government. They're not a choice, but an obligation. Many public servants, services, programs, and benefits are made possible through our taxes. The government collects taxes to pay for airports, education facilities, parks, emergency services, health care, as was mentioned, and social programs. The taxes we pay put money in the pockets of the students and lower income people in the form of tax credits. And it's distributed so that those that are less fortunate can have a little bit of money put back in their pocket. So let's talk about residency status for tax purposes. This will help you understand what your obligations are in Canada. So you become a resident of Canada when you establish significant ties. So that significant tie is having a home, renting your apartment, having a permanent address. A spouse or common law partner is also here, and dependents who move to Canada. And I apologize if I'm slightly distracted at times, but it would be so much more fun if I had pictures for you. So to work in Canada and to receive services, you need a social insurance number. I'm sure you're all aware of the social insurance number requirement. It is a 9-digit number. It's unique to you. It you only. So don't share it with anybody. Don't write it and stick it on your fridge. Don't, if you don't remember it, well, keep it safe. Don't just hand it out, because that's what these scammers like, is to have ID anywhere. So you'll have to give it to your employer when you get a job. The bank will want it when you open a bank account. So they have security measures in place to make sure that it doesn't go into the hands of the wrong people. You can apply online or by mail. Sometimes we have social insurance number clinics with Service Canada. They're in community organizations, and people can just and actually get their social insurance number right there. Right away, you will be given a temporary number. Students get a lot of them a lot. They come, they do their studies, they don't stay, then it's just a temporary number. People that decide to stay in Canada, eventually it will be transferred into a permanent number. So if you don't meet the eligibility requirements to get a social insurance number, you can still file a tax return and try and get your benefits and credits. So you just submit your return, and you submit any supporting documentation that says who you are, where you're from, something that can identify you, and we'll give you a tax number. And that tax number will correspond with you, and you can still file your taxes. Then when you get the information that you need to get the social insurance number, then you can do so and switch everything over. So one of the most, I feel like singing for you. One of the most common taxes you pay is income tax, and your employer is responsible for deducting this income tax. So you got income tax, you've got your pension plan, you've got your employment insurance. So you fill out a TD1 form. So this form, it just identifies you, and it says if you want more money taken off. What you need to know about the TD1 is it makes sure that enough taxes are taken off of your income so that at the end of the year you won't have to pay. If you have several part-time jobs, you need to fill out the first one for basic tax, and the other one or two, you need to ask for tax taken off, because there's a limit, about $15,000 in a year before you have to pay taxes. But let's just say those 3 jobs combined, all of a sudden you've made $24,000 a year. You have to pay on that other $9,000. But your employer does not know that you're working part-time jobs, so they didn't take tax off of any of them. Next thing you know, you're paying 30% of that $9,000 in taxes. So after you get that job and you've worked there a while and it's time to file, you get the T4. You probably all know what the T4 is. It says what you made, what was deducted, anything like union dues or employer health plan will all be on that T4. We need that slip when you file so that we know what to deduct to get your net income for tax purposes. You may receive other slips, like employment insurance slips, interest income from any investments, income support slips. Those also need to be put into your tax return. So now we have the world income. So you've only been here part of the year. You worked in your home country for part of the year. So after you became resident of Canada for purposes, your world income, both inside and outside of Canada, needs to be claimed. So the part of the year you were not a resident of Canada, you only have to report income from employment in Canada or business carried on in Canada, taxable capital gains, and the taxable part of scholarships, fellowships, bursaries, research grants. There is a schedule. It's called the 5013 SA Schedule A. You don't need to know this. I'm going to tell you all about canada.ca, which is like an amazing website for all of this information. So So to do your taxes, you'll have to understand your total income. It includes the income from all sources, both inside and out. So the reason we want to know your other sources of income is so that you don't get double taxed in Canada, so that we know that you have paid what you need to pay in your home country, and then we will only consider what you have made here as taxable income. So when it comes to the kind of income, this is a little slide that's iffy in people's minds, but I like to mention it just so you can protect yourself. So we have this thing called the underground economy. This is things like working for cash, getting tips, being paid in gift cards, that kind of thing. There's some people, and I am included in that don't feel that these types of incomes should be taxed because you're doing things for people and you're kind of bartering. But if you don't claim these things and somebody decides that they're going to report you, we could do a review of your account and say, oh, look at you got all this extra money that this person has said they paid you. Next thing you know, you're going to get taxed on it. You're going to have a bill. Just keep it in mind. Your kid's shoveling snow in the winter for a few bucks, don't worry about it. You know, we're babysitting. Don't worry about it. But if you're fixing vehicles for a whole bunch of different people, and they say, I'll pay you in cash. It's up to you if you take that, but let's just say they don't like the work you did. Then you've got nothing to go back on. You have nothing to say. They could report you, you're going to be investigated, then what happens there. So just keep it in mind, the underground economy is there. You won't have, any security. You won't, let's say you hurt yourself while you're doing something. You can't claim workers' compensation benefits, and then you can't work at all. Just something to keep in mind. So here's a little bit about international student. You may be asking, am I eligible to work in Canada? Do I need a permit? How much can I work? Unfortunately, I don't have all the answers for that. That is a Refugee and Citizenship Canada, question. But there is a website address under canada.ca. So we've heard a lot of information, but you're wondering, do I need to do a return? So generally, you have to do a return if you work in Canada, making an income, if you want to receive the taxes back that you have paid in over and above what you should have, or if you want the all-important benefit and credits paid to you. So your residency status determines the income tax return requirements, and the deadline is generally April 30th of every year. Unless it lands on a weekend, then it's the Monday following. So if you're a resident or deemed resident, you may be eligible for these benefits. We've got the CCB, Child Tax Benefit, the GST, the Disability Tax Credit, the Climate Action Incentive Payment, and the Tuition Tax Credit. Applying for some of these will register you for any related provincial or territorial programs that are linked together, and it will automatically be assessed on your return. So if you want more information than what I'm about to provide you, go to canada.ca/taxes. It'll open a page that'll give you all kinds of information. So let's start with the CCB. So it's a tax-free monthly payment made to eligible families to help with the cost of raising their kids. You need to apply for each and every child that you have separately. They will not just say, oh, you've registered a kid, so we're going to give you some more money. Oh, how exciting. Well, I'm past that, but you can, so where am I? I'm on slide 15, I believe. Unless you want to listen to me for another 15 minutes. Oh, maybe we're not. Just a moment. That says 11, yeah. I'm not going to wait anymore. Okay, the CCB. So each year, the child benefit can provide you up to $7,437 for each of your children under the age of 6, and up to $62.75 for each child aged 6 to 17. Now you can see how busy I am. So you need to apply, like I mentioned, and newcomers need to fill out 2 separate forms. One is the RC66, the Canada Child Benefit Application, and the other one is the RC66 SCH, Status in Canada and Income Information for Canada Child Benefit Application. So you'll have to include information about you and your spouse or common law partner's residency. You'll also need to provide income from all sources. As I mentioned, the world income. You submit it, they review anything. If they want more information, you will be contacted. Otherwise, you'll get a letter stating that you've qualified. If you sign up for direct deposit, then that money just gets deposited directly into your account every month, 20th of every month. All right, yeah, next. Okay, so the GST credit, next, yeah, there we are. So the GST credit is a tax-free quarterly payment to help people with low and modest income. It helps us offset the GST you pay when we shop. Our clothes have GST. Some other items, everything taxed this GST on top. So we try to give some of it back to you if you're a lower income. So the climate action incentive payment is also related to the GST, and it is given to you. The GST is January, April, July, and October the 5th. The climate action is the same months, generally around the 15th. So you are eligible, or may be eligible, I say are, as soon as you arrive here and you have somewhere to live. So you don't have to have done an income tax return to get this benefit. The application will have that. What did you make at home? We will base your benefit on your income from home. But in order to continue to receive them, you will need to file a return at the end of the year. Could you still hear me okay, even though I wasn't really close? Good, because I'm singing. So if you don't have children, you apply by the form RC 151. But if you have children and you've applied for the child tax benefit, they're automatically going to consider you. It's like a one-stop shopping application. Next. So, well, I think I did that. So, if you're a resident or a deemed resident, you may be able to claim like tuition tax credit. So to claim the credit on your return, you use Form T2202. Your educational institute should provide you this form if you've gone to school there, knowing that you need it, and you put it under Schedule 11. So there's a lot more information on canada.ca, but know that when you pay tuition, if you're not making money and you can't use the credit, you can roll it forward every single year until you have employment that you can deduct it against. So always keep that information handy so that finally, yay, I got a job after going to school forever. Oh no, I owe $300 in taxes. Put in enough of that tuition credit, get rid of those taxes. Keep the rest for the next year and the rest for the next year until you've exhausted. Next. So the disability tax credit. We recognize that people with disabilities face many barriers more than the average person. So the DTC is a non-refundable tax credit. You can claim 15% of your non-refundable tax credits to reduce the income tax amount you have to pay. The purpose of it is to provide some relief for unavoidable costs that result from living with a disability. Being eligible for the DTC can open the doors to other federal, provincial, and territorial programs. To learn more, tell me. Woohoo! At least I got you interacting. So we also, next slide, we have the Canada Dental Benefit. So this is fairly new. This is a new benefit that the Government of Canada launched to provide financial support for families. The income is fairly high, but so are dental costs. So if you make $90,000 or less and have out-of-pocket care expenses for your children under 12, we have this benefit that you can apply for. You have to keep all of your receipts. You can't have had your employer giving you a dental plan. You can't do what's left over. If you have a plan, you use the plan. The rest of it you pay for. If you have nothing, no way to, there's nothing that you have other than out of cost, you can apply for this. Next. Depending on your income, your dental plan payments could be as high as $650 per child. So as you see, you get a little bit less between $70,000 and $90,000, but if you make under $70,000 a year, you're going to be able to get a benefit. Next. So the benefit finder. To find out what you could be eligible for, you can use the online benefit finder. You answer a few questions there, canada.ca/benefit finder. Then it can tell you, oh, you might be eligible for this. Why don't you check that out? That is a great thing to look for instead of figuring out whether you can do it or not. Next. So there are a few ways to do your taxes. Right here, you can use a free tax clinic. You can use a service provider. You can do them online. CRA has some free online options. Some of them will say at the end for $20 we'll optimize this for you, but there are some that are 100% free for a simple tax situation. Next. So then there's File My Return. So File My Return is an easy peasy way for basic income earners to file. Telephone. This is what I made. This is what got deducted. This is the end result. Done. Then, of course, there's the paper package. If you like paper, some people like paper. Some people like sorting out what 3% of 15% of whatever other percent works. Software's way better for stuff like that. But you can get them. You can ask for one and send it in paper. And if you do send a paper one, do not guarantee this, but it used to be, send it 1 year by paper, we'll keep sending you a paper return so that you can continue. We used to have them at post offices or in the lobby of our buildings, but how else do we make people go online? Take it away. So, but the option is still there. Next. So as I mentioned, the free tax help. So we have a program called the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. This program is wonderful for those that have lower income, a simple tax situation. Organizations invite volunteers to come in. The Canada Revenue Agency will provide laptops, training, codes to put everything online so that your return is filed immediately. So we have clinics throughout the year. Many of them stay open, but there's just a smattering of them around tax time. So you just need to go on canada.ca. There we go. There's a tax clinic here. So you come here, you get your taxes done for free. So generally, if your income is less than $35,000 as a single or less than $45,000 as a couple, and simple tax situation means you don't have a ton of investments, you don't have capital gains back and forth, you're not buying and selling. It's just basic tax return. Next. So there we go. Suggested family net income, 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 5 people. So why not? I mean, if you want to pay for someone to do it, that's up to you, but I think you should go for the free option. Next. So it's generally considered, like I mentioned, considered simple. If you have no income, employment income, pension income, all of these on the one side, not simple. Self-employed, employment expenses, like you need to deduct your tools, you need to deduct gas, and so capital gains or losses. Filed for bankruptcy, that's something we won't deal with. You have to do it through somebody. Or, unfortunately, completing a tax return for a deceased person. Next. So, what happens after you do your taxes? You'll receive a notice of assessment. Tells you what you claimed, what you deducted, and what the end result is. Tells you if you owe, tells you if we're going to give you money, and at the bottom it'll pretty much tell you your GST payment amounts, what you can expect. So if you owe money and are unable to pay, you can contact us to discuss your options. We don't expect people to be able to take, I'm just going to do a number, but $1,000 out of their pocket because, oh no, they didn't take enough taxes off. Give us a call, we can make an arrangement. A reasonable time frame, a reasonable amount of money that can be agreed by everybody, we'll give you that time to pay. Do not ever fear that we're going to come after you or threaten you because you owe a little bit. If you avoid us, that is when it gets a little more scary. You don't want to avoid, because if we're asking you to pay for it and you don't, it's possible we may just take it from you. We could garnish your wages, we could garnish your bank account, then all of a sudden you're in a worse situation. It's way better to give us a call, talk about it. That way you can manage that debt and it's not going to cause trouble for you in the future. Next. So if you need help, you're uncertain, you're still, even after my lovely voice makes you all at ease about CRA and doing your taxes, if you're really uncertain, you can get somebody, you can authorize them to talk to us about your situation. So your representative can be a family member, a friend, a lawyer, an accountant. There you go. AUT-01 authorizes that. You can send that in to us. That person can call on your behalf and we will discuss with them. Just make sure it's somebody you totally trust. Not just like an accountant. Some people keep them forever. Some people just go and check it, what can you tell me about this or that? Don't authorize them. They don't need to know your personal tax situation. Next. So, my account. Here we go, online. So once you do your taxes for the first time, you have had to have filed a tax return to be able to use this option. And you receive your notice of assessment, you can sign up for this My Account. It's a secure portal that lets you review your information. It tells you whether you've qualified for the benefits and credits that I've told you about. It tells you if you have any mail that CRA, has sent. We still send paper mail, but it will be on your My Account as well. You can just look in there, and anything CRA is going to be on there. You can track your refund, view or change anything on your return. Like I mentioned, your mail, your credits. Change your personal information. If you've moved, go onto your own account and change it. You don't have to sit on the phone for an hour and a half. You don't have to send a letter in. Boom, it's done. So you will sign in and there'll be a page, and it is getting easier and easier and easier to navigate all the time. It's kind of, you open something up and there's 400 options there, and it makes you go, oh, things that make you go, It's not that bad anymore. Next. Canada.ca. Learn-about-taxes. This is a good site. I even still go there. Like I said, I've been there 20 years. I started in the warehouse, moving tables and chairs, installing keyboard trays, watering plants. Then I took some education, then a little more education, and over the 20 years, I went from laying floor mats to telling everybody about all of these wonderful benefits and credits. I am one of those stories that isn't many. I have a lot of colleagues that, boom, they got the job that I'm doing just by being hired. But I'll tell you that it's given me a whole lot of experience and knowledge that a lot of those people wouldn't have. So I'm really thankful to have been able to climb up my ladder. So if you want to learn more, there it is. Next. This one, did we really contact you? So we do contact you. We will make phone calls. We will send you letters. But scammers sometimes try to get your personal information by threatening you. Click a couple of times here just to make it look fancy. Unless it doesn't want to. Maybe not. So the personal information we ask for would be the last 3 digits of your social insurance number. We might ask for your postal code. We might ask for the postal code from the last place you looked, because a scammer's not going to necessarily know that. How many children do you have? Scammers, all they're going to do is say, you've got this much money. Click this link, put in all of your information, and then we'll give it to you. Nope, we wouldn't do that. You don't do that. We'll give it to you through direct deposit. We will not text you. We will not make you pay with gift cards. That it happens. It's pretty much, that's, the scammers are getting smart. So these are, they're scams, and you should never respond. You need to delete. Next. Oh my goodness. So if you're in doubt, check if you have mail or any amount owing to the CRA. You can also contact us by phone. You can report a scam to the Anti-Fraud Center at the web address canada.ca. Be scam smart. Next. That's it for me today. I hope this information was helpful.
Thank you so much, Tia. So we had some questions coming. Hold on, we'll take live questions. I just want to take the ones that came in earlier. So this question is about world income. How much of my foreign income should be taxed in Canada? haven't already paid taxes from my country where I earned that money.
If you've
That's the
al-
first one. The second one that came in has to do with I'm a student and I have kids. Am I entitled to child tax benefit and GST for those children, even though I'm a temporary resident?
Yes. So to answer the first, if you've been taxed on your world income, we won't tax you on it. That is why we ask you for it. That's why, because if we run a report and we find out about that world income and you didn't claim it, we may tax you on it. But if you report it now and you report anything that's been deducted off of it, we will not double tax. That's called double taxing, and we won't do that. That is why we ask you for that information.
I think she has a follow-up on that question.
Follow up on the question she asked. Do you recognize the tax already filed in a previous country? Are those the documents you add and bring here to put on the
To
T
prove,
for here?
to
Yeah.
prove your, yes, yeah. And you can upload those documents on your account.
Okay.
You're able to put them if somebody asks you for them.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
If there are the tax rate variations, do you match them up? Like it's 10, 15% there and it's really so high here. Do you tax the balance?
No.
No.
What you earned there, your obligation is to pay there. What you earned here, your obligation is to pay the amounts here. So that is why.
So as long as you provide documents to prove that you've paid those taxes back in the country, you're good to go. He wants to know what kind of documents you need to provide.
Well, if you're if you filed a tax return in your home country, those would be the documents. Keep a copy of them. Then that way we know what you've claimed there. You just forward it over to us for information. But, so January to June, you worked in your home country. You're doing a return for your home country. You keep those documents because you're only claiming here what you made from July to December. So although we're combining the income, we're keeping the tax situation separate. It's just to make sure you don't get double taxed on that home income.
Follow up on the foreign income.
Okay.
I just want to mention that so that we don't get confused, that we're talking about once you move here, maybe you move here in June, so you did your taxes from January to June. Now you're here permanently. It's different from if you are still earning those foreign income. If you are earning those foreign income and you're a permanent resident here, you still need to do the income taxes here too, because we need those documents. Because when you go to the bank or somewhere and then you say, oh, I uploaded my income tax from somewhere, those are not acceptable. Only Canadian income tax is acceptable, and you still have to do, if you are still earning those income, like on a yearly basis, you are not permanently here, but you have your PR, maybe your families are here, because I just want to make this clear to us.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to file here as well and then have those documents. Absolutely.
The question is, what if you're not earning Canadian income, but you're earning a foreign income? Do you still file?
You still file and include that foreign income. Yes, and you still file a Canadian return even if you have zero income here, because that is what's going to get you your benefits and credits, even if you're at zero.
Does your residency status matter? Say I'm not a permanent resident.
Yeah.
I'm a student, I'm a worker, I don't have a Canadian income.
These are getting a little more technical than what I'm used to answering. I know about the income. Residency status is different than being a resident for income tax purposes. It's absolutely different. So you would have to, if you have, information you want, there's another website. It's in here, but yeah, Canada.ca,
So provided you're a resident in Canada,
have
regardless
a
of
form.
your status, you're supposed to file taxes.
There's
even
a
if you have
form.
zero income, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, there's a form, and I have it here, that you can send in, that Canada Revenue Agency will review everything and they will determine your residency status if you're uncertain.
Oh, okay.
Trying to find where it is. The 77 ending number. Sorry.
This one is a unique. So, if you're earning retirement benefits as part of your world income, right? Maybe not taxed because the policy in the order say they are untaxed retirement income. Do you pay tax on them?
That I would have to look up for you. That is above my scope right now. I will. I'll do it before I leave. I'll look that up.
Okay, she's going to look that up. So what about the student who has kids? Are they entitled to Canadian benefits?
100% yes. Yeah, if you have children, I did social insurance clinics at the University of Saskatchewan for the last several weeks for the international students. So Service Canada did the social insurance numbers, but I sat there and I took the GST and the climate action and I filled them out with them and I asked them, do you have children? Yes, I do. All right, let's print out a Canada Child Benefit application as well. You are qualified to get our benefits if you are a resident of Canada for income tax purposes. Yeah.
Yes.
Resident of Canada for income tax purposes. You can look that up as well so that you can see what that means.
We come from Colombia and we do have some savings at home. If we happen to bring them here, we're permanent residents. Are we going to be taxed or are we going to have to notify CRA because of these funds?
Savings at home.
And we have already paid taxes for those savings.
And they're in your bank, and it's in your bank account. It's not in a registered fund or it's not in a fund that makes you more money. It's just a regular savings bank account with interest.
It's a checking account.
Yeah. So you will not have to pay anything on the money. You may have to pay on the interest earned from the money. Do you understand that? Yeah, because like you said, you've already paid your taxes on that. You've saved it after you've paid the taxes. But if it's a higher interest and you actually get a slip that says you got $27 in interest, because, banks don't give you much interest, period, then you may need to include that slip, but not your actual money that you've got in the bank account. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to just understand why does Canada care about that world income? Like, the normal thing is because you earn money here, Canada taxes you here. Meaning other countries, you pay your tax there. So why does Canada care about that? That's one. And what can make CRA revoke your online access?
Yeah. The online access thing? That is an issue we've been having, and I think they're looking into it. I'll answer that first just because it's way easier. You have to go into your account quarterly to keep it active. They don't tell you that. It's probably somewhere in the fine print when you sign up. It's a security measure so that if you've just left it stagnant, someone gets your password, whatever, they go in there, they can't access it. So if you're locked out, the only way you can fix it is by phoning us, and they'll send you a new passcode. But just remember, just keep going in there once in a while. Just say, set a thing on your phone once a month and say, log into your My account so that it doesn't get locked. Yeah, it's just one of those things. As far as why we care, well, so many reasons. No. It's kind of back to what I said about if we find out later, because it happens. I mean, this is the government, right? If something were to happen, someone reports you, says this person makes blah, blah, blah money back home, the CRA may investigate that because you've only claimed $10,000 in Canada, someone's written a letter, then you're going to get in trouble. this is pretty much all I can tell you without looking it up more. But what it is being accountable for your taxes.
The word I can use for this. But Canada is a country that, there are benefits that some people get and some don't get, right? So if you are making 100,000, and because you are only working in Canada, you only account for like 50,000, and there are benefits that you can get. Meanwhile, you're actually in the 100,000 category. You will be getting the benefits that does not, that you are not supposed to be getting, because actually you are not in the category of people that are supposed to be getting it. So declaring your world income, I mean, actually, I don't know. I just believe you understand what I mean by saying that. So that it shows who you are, it shows your finances, so that other people that need this might be able to get it, instead of you just, getting what you don't really want.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I see what yes. So so if you're making 100,000, why are you getting the same amount of money as the person that's only making the 50,000? That's pretty much what it is. It's so that you can't, partly so that you don't benefit from the benefits and credits just based on the smaller amount of income that you made in Canada. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. No. Good.
The tuition tax. I didn't get that explanation.
Oh, okay. So you pay tuition, you get a slip that says I paid this much tuition. You're going to school, but you don't have a job. You're just strictly going to school. So the tuition tax credit you can use to lower the amount of tax you have to pay. But if you're not working, you don't have any tax to pay, so you keep that slip, and like all the way until you get a job that there's taxes you have to pay, and then you can claim that credit to reduce the amount owing. Even if it's 5 years after you paid it, you can use it. Or you can transfer it to a spouse. Like, this is one of those benefits that you can transfer to a family member to reduce their taxes if you wish. Just
if the wife is
that's
a
the
student
yeah.
and the husband is working,
Yep.
can you claim that?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so if you owe taxes because you're working and they didn't deduct enough, she can transfer an amount to reduce your taxes. Yes.
Only if it is beneficial for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, don't do it if it's not beneficial.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like if you have 2 kids and they're in university and they're paying tuition, you have the T2202,
Yeah.
and they bring it home, and you see that doing like a family income tax, and then you put those tuition there. There's a certain amount that parents can actually claim, and you claim, if it is not beneficial for you, leave it for those kids. Let them claim it in future. I hope we all understand. I have a question. Do we get the information of what CRA is calling about on our online account? Like sometimes we get called by, they say technically that this is CRA. If you decide not to answer the phone, if you go online to your account, is there a letter that shows the reason why they are calling, or sometimes there is nothing like that there? And I also just want to, before you answer that question, I just want to say to this house that it's good for you to do your own taxes. That will help you to know what is beneficial for you, if you can. Not everybody can, but if you can, it's good. While you are here waiting, doing some jobs one way or the other, learn how to do it. Go to H&R blog. There are places like that professionally that they will teach you how to do it, so that you know what you are keying where. Because when you go to people that do your taxes for you, they only put in what you tell them. Maybe years after, then you remember, I actually have I have a T5, I have this. Then you forget all the things, that you actually can put there. But if you have a pre-knowledge, income tax is not difficult. answer that
You
question?
should
and
be
we'll wrap
up
it?
here with me. I was only allowed 40 minutes. I couldn't say everything. No, I'm kidding. But that is the truth. But the CVITP that I mentioned is, we use the tax programs that will they'll question you, like, is that all your income? Do you want to claim this? Like, it will remind you. It will automatically give you the Canada's worker benefit credit. It'll automatically, it'll do things for you. So using that, if you qualify, will also help you out. You don't need to go to H&R Block and let them have 20% of your refund. But if you have no other way, then, go for it. But you're a smart lady. And then, what did I miss?
The question is, would you get a letter as to why
letter.
CRA is calling?
A letter will be, yes. So I was a collection officer for several years. They called me the nice one on the floor. And they really did, because it's hard to ask people for money that they don't really have. So I was so willing just to work with what I had, and it didn't matter if it took, they told me to get it in 6 months. I'm like, I'm getting it in 18, but it's gonna get paid and they can still live, right? So there was a point to that. I just got all tingly from saying I didn't like collecting money. But what was it? You should know what I was talking about.
From CRA?
Yes. We'll phone you
call?
first. We'll phone you first. You don't answer, we may phone you again. You don't answer, you're going to get a letter before anything happens, and your account is going to have that letter in it. If you moved and you forgot to change your address and you have my account, there's the letter. So yes, you will have notification. Not of a phone call necessarily, not until that letter is sent out. But yeah, and then you'll get an email. That is the only time we'll ever send you an email, just so you know. If you have my account and you have something in there we want you to see, you'll get an email asking you to go to my account, but that'll be it. There'll be no texts. And
all right, please, can we clap for Tia? Thank you so much, Tia. And Tia is still around, so she's going to try and get answers to some of those questions about what income for us. Yes. And she brought some flyers out there. We put there if you need them. If you need access to some of the forms, she brought some too along that we can just give out. Just see me and I'll hand that over to you. Thank you so much, Tia. All right. Okay. So we're going to have our third speaker before we go on the short break. And he's a gentleman that has a lot of experience when it comes to business. And he knows the number, right? So he's not just a businessman. He's got chains of business within the city. He's also a banker by profession. And this afternoon now, he would be telling us about those opportunities that we can plug into as immigrants or newcomers and students that can be beneficial. There's nothing wrong with having multiple sources of income. Nobody is saying leave your 9 to 5, but create some other channels. So this afternoon, please, let's give it up for Mr. Inalego Uloko. I hope I got your name, or did I murder it? All right. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, before I start, when she was making the introduction, I was just wondering if it was actually me or someone else. My name is Inalego Uloko. I will introduce myself properly, but before the introduction, I want to thank the leadership of this assembly, this parish, for putting this together. Sorry, I didn't intend to sound spiritual, but the Bible says in the midst of counsel, there's safety. So this is us counseling each other. This is us passing information. When there's information, when there's clarity, when there's direction, you often see that your journey will be very straight to the point and you won't miss your way. So have you have experience with Google Map taking you in another direction when you're going another way? So that's what it is. So if you have information, you run with it. You'll be sure to get to your final destination before you know it. So my name is Inadeguloko. I am a banker by profession. I started banking in 2007, and up to this moment, I'm still a banker. If the tide was turned, I would have loved to be a footballer, right? So that's actually my profession, my background. Talking about business, I'm a business banker. I'm not a retail banker. The bankers that open account for individuals and whatnot. I've been a business banker since I started banking. Because of that, that's exposed me to business people, business owners, and ways of thinking. And that also got us starting small business by the side here in Canada as well, myself and my wife. So just, so that's that about the introduction. Please, can we put our hands together for the leadership and the organizers of this program? So one of the things I want us to achieve from this section, I know my time is 40 minutes and it's very limited. I'm sorry if I'm looking at you. I'm not picking up on you. I'm a very shy and nervous person. So if I'm looking at you, that's me trying to keep focus. So one of the things I want us to achieve from this section, let us know that we can be more. We can be more. And there's nothing wrong with 9 to 5, but we can be more. I came to Canada so many years ago, like not so much, but I came here in 2018. I wanted to just continue my line of business, just continue as a banker. I sat down and I asked myself, can I be more? The answer came, yes, you can be more. So I don't want us to quench that fire. I don't want to quench that dream, that passion, that purpose that we had, coming into the country or even before coming into the country. Because one of the things the system do to people is to quench that fire. You have your dream, but the system will give you their own dream and you start running with it. That will not be a portion. So, why business? Why business? Why don't I continue with my 9 to 5? The people, their system already in place, things, structure already in place. Why do I have to worry myself? Why do I have to burden myself with headaches? Thinking of what to do, how to invent the wheels, the ideas. I would just rather start with my 9 to 5. After all, there are people hitting it out there, making 6 figures, 100,000, 150, 200,000 per annum. Why do I have to go into business? That is the question that we're asking ourselves. And that will take us to why I said we can actually be more. Just want to ponder on some names, Like I said, the slide is just going to be as a guide, but this is going to be very interactive. We will try as much as possible to keep it interactive. Who know the richest man in the world right now? If you know, just indicate by raise of hand. You just need one person to just say.
I know of Musk.
I just need you to tell me. We can know a lot of people. Who is the richest man right now?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Who can give me the top 3 richest men in the world?
Warren Buffett.
There's no wrong and right answers, but there's reward for right answer. So if you know the top, you just raise your hand and then they will give you the mic. The top 3 richest people in the world.
God help me. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg.
No.
I was close anyways.
You're close, yes.
Anyone else wants to try?
Keep going.
Pastor, you want to?
Bernard Arnold is the richest man. I just looked up on Google.
So the answer is let's
That's an echo. Okay.
let's keep going.
Anyone else?
Okay, two top richest men in the world.
I will say Elon Musk and Warren Buffett. I don't know.
We're doing chorus answer. I just need one person to.
Google it.
Yeah, you can't.
Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
Who said that? Okay, so you've been trying. So you won yourself a Tim Horton gift card. So let's clap hand for her.
Nice one.
So let's keep going. Next slide, please. Okay, why business? Independence, financial rewards, creating freedom and personal certification and lifestyle. These are just not effective, but these are one of the things that make people want to go into business. Can 9 to 5 give me these 4 things? Maybe yes. But can you be your own boss doing 9 to 5? God bless you. Because you are going to be answerable to someone. Than the entity that employs you, you cannot, because you are not the owner of the business. So our answer is there. 9 to 5 cannot give us that independence. Financial rewards, profit sharing, dividend, creating freedom and personal certification, lifestyle. We like to travel. One of my hobbies is I love traveling. Watching soccer, traveling, listening to music. And I know that I've told myself that 9 to 5 cannot give me that cannot satisfy all my hobbies. So I need to be more. I need to apply myself. God said He has given us strength to do all things. So how can I do all things? By being more. The brain can do a lot. You will not know until you apply yourself to it. So these are names to ponder upon. Bernard Arnold, somebody mentioned it. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, Warren Buffett. These are about the top 5 or 6 richest people in the whole world. These guys don't do 9 to 5. And with all due respect, I have nothing against 9 to 5. That's what I do myself. But we are here challenging ourselves, telling ourselves we can actually be more. These people don't have 2 heads. They're just normal human beings like you and I. People that sleep, wake up at the same time. God has given us, all of us, the same heads. We know the story of Elon Musk, how he started. He started selling chocolates with his brothers, knocking on the door. But today, the young man is the richest man in the whole world. At what age? Who can guess his age? No. Okay, we'll continue. So Elon Musk is 52 years old. He's in his 50s. Pastor is close. So he's 52 and already, what's his net worth? 253 billion US dollars at 52. This is for us to go home and think about it. We all must not be Elon Musk, but we can what? Be more. The sky is actually very big for us to fly. Next slide, please. Things to do and how to start your own business. I put it in a very simple and straightforward subsections under planning, implementation, execution, expansion, and sustenance. The reason I'm putting it like this is just so that we can address some silent things and some silent obstacles in starting small business. One of those obstacles is procrastination. Procrastination is actually an enemy. You know, I need to do this. Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Could be probably, I don't know how you listen to your inner man or you listen to the Holy Spirit. When you hear that tiny little voice, go do that thing. Stand up and get it done. Because if you don't, another person will pick it and will run with it. So, planning. Who can tell me just one thing you need to do under planning when you're thinking about business? Just anything at all. I love that. Market survey. I love that. Counting the cost. The Bible says, who is that man that will build a house first without counting the costs? Business plan. I love that. I'm a banker. I'm also, I have BSc accounting by training and also MBA. So business plan as a banker and as a business banker is what we love. It's just like how some of us like coffee. So we like business plan. So business plan is very key. So let's go next slide. So planning, it includes assessing your readiness, choosing a business structure, making a research, and writing a business plan. What do I want to do? What is my passion? What is that thing that fuels or gives me joy? What is that thing I can do effortlessly without being motivated, without somebody encouraging me, get up in the bed? Like, what fuels your passion? I am very passionate about soccer, and it pains me today that I don't play soccer on a professional level. Don't worry, don't pity me. I'm working on my children. They love soccer. They are very passionate about it. So they must play the soccer by fire, by force. So what is a business plan? A business plan is a written document that describes business objective, your ideas, your goals, your vision, whatsoever you want to do. You document it. One of my sisters said documentation. Document it. It might just not be an idea that you even want to run with this year, 2024, maybe in 2026. But you have to start now. You have to start writing it down. How do I want to go about this thing? That is business plan. It will help you set goals, timeline, how to raise funds, how to raise capital, because that's oftentimes one of the biggest challenges of starting a business. Then number 2, securing financing. How do I secure financing? How do I obtain loans? I'm just going to go through all of these things and then we can discuss it during Q&A proper. Grants, contributions, subsidies, loans, guarantees are all various forms of starting or sourcing your capital. Contribution. Me, the sister, brother, and the sister, four of us can start a contribution. Or the 6 of us, or the 10 of us. If we start contribution of $1,000 or $2,000 per month, we can raise $10,000 or even $15,000 for one person. That $15,000 can start something that can generate revenue for that sister to continue to pay the return on that contribution. This is just by the way. I mean, this was what we're doing back home from where I come from. We call it a susu, contribution, ajo. These things are not popular here anymore because we are in a different environment. But I tell you what, it works regardless of the country. So that is one. Another one is go to the bank. We have the Black Business Entrepreneur Source of Funding. Bank of Montreal is one of the banks that champions that funding for black people. There are different ways. Go to the website, www.canada.ca. Go to read about small business financing, CSBFA. What does CSBFA represent? How can I obtain a CSBFA loan to start my business? CSBFA loan is a government-aided loan that is given through the banks. We can discuss these options in the details as we go through. Then number 3, business structure. Choosing a business structure when starting your business is usually very, very important. The 3 most common business structures that you can think of is sole proprietorship, general partnership, and incorporation. We'll dwell on that as we move forward. Next slide, please. Now, number 2, implementation, which I tag action plan. We have the ideas. God has given you the ideas, or you've looked inward and you've been able to identify your passion and you want to pursue your passion. You've started with the planning, but you need to take extra step, which is towards the implementation. You know, you don't need to just write it, keep it and dump it because the salary is coming. There's also a time where you cannot work anymore. Right? The Bible says we should work now because there's a time that you may not be able to work again. That time is your business that will roll in the money for you. So while you're still doing your 9 to 5, you want to start thinking, what can I do? That business you're doing today, that job you're doing today, that procurement, that business analysis, legal counseling that you're doing is somebody's idea that has blossomed to the far that they can employ you. You can also start small, and God help you, it will also grow, and you can now become an employer of labor. So, implementation. You choose your business name. Some things to consider. You start short names that are easier to remember. Descriptive names can help you understand what your company sells. Professional names can also fit the image you want to project. Unique names ensure that the name is not already in use. So as you're planning, as you're thinking it, you also need to choose a business name. You may not necessarily have to register it. You can have a business name. Maybe just call it whatever name and just go to CRA and just register it. That business name cannot be taken by Adura, cannot be taken by me because it's already been registered. Good thing we have CRA in our midst. We can ask them this question specifically, or we can go to their website. So 2, you choose a location. For most businesses, choosing an appropriate location is critical, and the address is often needed for registration, licensing, and permits. Your ideal location will depend on your business needs, your zoning restrictions, and where your customers and your competitors are. Task, noise, and the local business environment are also important factors to consider when reviewing your option. Imagine you want to maybe flag off a grocery business, and you're putting a grocery business somewhere. Somebody help me. A Street is a good location. Somebody help me. Back of the church. You know, you're putting it in industrial layouts where the likes of Costco are going to be pressing your neck. Why will I go to your grocery when there's Costco just right beside you? Do you understand what I mean? There's a Circle K just around my location. It's about the only small grocery store in my location. Guess what? That they open 24/7. There's no time that I go there that I won't have to join queue. You know why? Because it's located within the community. It's very small. It's very close to all of us. It's a trackable distance, so we just walk. So choosing a location, all of these factors come into play. Next slide. Register the business name and the location. Like I mentioned, business name registration applies to entrepreneurs who want to register a sole proprietor, a partnership, or an operating name, like a trade name for a corporation. The name of a business must be registered if it is different than the business owner's legal name. 2, incorporation can either be federal or provincial. So if you are incorporating your business, you can do it federally or provincially. For federal, you can have locations, businesses all across Canada. The provincial one will help you situate it within the province. And there's also something they call extra-provincial. So I won't go into all that. Adura and the likes are people that are here to guide us. They are the lawyers and they can help you with incorporation. So when going about that and you like to seek guidance, talk to lawyers. Pay them. Like we started talking. Who would build a house and first will not count the costs? When you pay for a service, you value it. But when you keep counting, getting freebies, you won't value that thing that you're doing. And I mean, you can expense it. It's part of the business expense. That's when you can know if the company is truly profitable. Because you're paying for the legal costs, you're paying for the accounting costs, you're paying for consultation and all of that. And that can also be expense during your tax season. Professional corporations like accounting firm, healthcare, etc. may have applicable license and regulation requirements. You need to pay attention to that. Then finally, the execution stage. No more long talk, putting all action into place and making all the relevant and key decisions. One of the things I'd like us to know, what is your profession? What is that thing that you're passionate about? If you are a pharmacist, maybe you want to start your own pharmaceutical company. If you're a nurse, or if you work in the care sector, you want to also flag off your care business. So these are areas, these are low-hanging fruits. You don't even need to think, brainstorm over ideas and or whatnot. Just within you, just think inwards. What is that thing that I know I'm passionate about? What is that service that people like to have that is not available? What is that thing that I know I can provide passionately and people will patronize? There's one of our church members in Calgary. It started with, there's this Kuno Aya we do in Nigeria. Started it, I've forgotten the name. I don't even know the brand anymore. She rebranded it. And now, when she started selling from church to people, from community, the black community. As I speak to you, it's being sold all over Calgary, the whole of Alberta, even in the stores. She doesn't work for anybody anymore. She's so rich just in this Canada. So, that is the execution stage. We can actually make that annual pay that we make from 9 to 5 working for ourselves. It's very possible. It's very easy. Next slide. Franchising. Just want to talk about the business models, what kind of business work, the things that people do, things I've seen, as a banker. One of the businesses that thrive in this country a lot is franchise. Why do I want to go into franchise immediately? I know and I acknowledge the fact that starting your own business can be overwhelming. There are challenges with small business startup. First of all, you have to gain the acceptability. Number two, you have to look for how to source for financing. Looking for money and all of that can be overwhelming. So especially for first-time people, investing in a really successful franchise concept may be a great choice for some of us that actually have the money to go into franchise. What is franchise? Franchising is a way of distributing products and services. The franchisor, which is the owner of the business, grants you a license for the use of their trademark or trade name for free. They've done all the registration, everything I would talk from the onset. They're already done and they have a system and a structure. So the franchisee is the person who buys the franchise, is allowed to use the franchisor's business name and brand for their business. As a franchisee, you pay the franchisor a certain amount of money, royalties from your own franchise profits. Normally, the franchisor would draft a franchisee agreement, which will include the details of the franchise. What are the advantages? You start with a proven business idea, a proven business structure. You get help with startup, equipment, supplies, training, and what have you. What are the disadvantages? Franchise can run the same way, so you have less flexibility to run the business you would normally like. It can be frustrating, especially because you have your own ideas and you have a way you want the business to be run. The more successful the franchise, the more expensive it usually is to start or to buy. There are so many examples of franchise. we have the Tim Hortons, and I know that to start the Tim Hortons, one of the requirements is for you to have a net worth of not less than 700,000. So like I said, the more successful they are, the more difficult it is for you to break in. So there's Tim Hortons, there's DQ, there's, let me call names of restaurants. McDonald's, KFC, Subway. These are all franchise, and trust me, all their locations, 90% of their locations are very profitable. So as a business person, this is what I do as part of my due diligence. When you come and you want to buy a franchise, like a Tim Hortons, for example, you buy a location, they'll give you a license to flag up a location, either a new location or an existing location. So you first of all have to get an approval, have an agreement signed with them before you come to the bank, which we will always finance. The bank will always finance a franchise because there's a franchising desk in all the banks. So it's a model that's running, that's been tested. So the bank, they're not scared of putting their money in that kind of business. So when you come with an agreement, the bank will tell you their requirements. First thing that we look at is the financial statement of that location. How profitable are they? What are the numbers of their employees? What are their expenses? How are they to break even? If we factor in, layer in the debts that they are coming to get, will they still be profitable? What is their debt servicing requirement? We'll begin to go into all of that. So looking at the financial statement and understanding the projection, the cash flow of that particular location is very key. That is where you need to employ the service of an accountant. Because understanding financial statement takes training, takes you to go to school to actually study financial accounting before you can, except you're preparing for maybe CPA or ICANN, then you can self-train yourself. Otherwise, rely on the service of an accountant. Next slide. Next slide. Business acquisition. One of the ways to actually own a business in Canada is also through an acquisition. If you're not doing a startup, remember we started by talking about startup, how to flag a new business. And now we're saying, if you don't want to flag a new business, you can actually do a franchise. If you have what it takes to meet their requirements, you can do a franchise. One of my recommendations, if you want to go into franchise, Tim Hortons, DQ, Subway. No, it's a grocery store. You can't buy their franchise, so they don't franchise. Yeah, exactly. So I would even go for Tim Hortons or DQ, or even a small Pizza Hut. I don't think, because the more established they are, the more difficult it is to break or to get in. But if you start small by, going to the small franchising companies like Pizza Hut, and some of these pizza companies, that's even a good place to start, But if you don't want to go into franchising, you can do an acquisition. What is an acquisition? It's simply buying an existing business. A business that has been running. There are people that want to sell, they want to retire. There's people that want to relocate. It's not everybody that likes the code. Some person want to go to Mexico. Some person want to go to US. Some person want to even go to Africa. So when they are retired, they want to start their business. What are the things to consider? When you look at the building, the equipment, and the inventory, are they operational? What state are they? And looking at the building, you want to look at the valuation. You want to ask them, what's the appraisal of the building? What is it worth? You look at, does the business have a good reputation? How visible and easily accessible is the business? Is it located in the city or out of town? Are the products or services generating revenues? Are sales increasing, decreasing? What are the trends, historical trends of the profits? You do a SWOT analysis. Is there a good working relationship with the supplier and the bank and the business? The value of the assets, such as the building, equipment, and the inventory, like I mentioned in the point 1 below. Factors such as the business financial statements. We also talk to clients who buy directly from the business. Sometimes it's better to find out the reputation of a business before you sign the contract. Banks are more receptive to a business that has already been profitable. I have a care home, myself and my wife. We own a 5-bed care home. You know, it's been, before we bought it, was existing for 7 years. You know, and we look at the financial statement. We saw the model, the way it was being run, and we thought that, yes, this is it. We have experience working in the care home when we came into the country newly. My wife was working, I was working in the care home as well. So we did that for a period of 1 year before I moved into banking. And then I said, you know what? We've gained this experience. We're passionate about this. We can actually have our own time, you know, give attention to family and children if we buy one of these existing care homes. And then we bought it. And it's still been running. But my wife is going into something else, so we plan to sell and move into another business. I go into property. I like to do property business. That's one I'm very, very passionate about. In fact, it's my long-term goal to be a real estate owner. You know, there are different things we can do. There are different things we can do. Who know the former president of US? Mention his his business before going into politics. Real estate. Real estate, hospitality. Real estate, hospitality. Real estate, hospitality. And he's one of the richest person in the US. And then, guess what? He's trying to achieve one of the needs that Abraham Maslow mentioned about in his theory of needs. Because as we grow, the things that motivate us change. For him, might not be money anymore, power. But before we go for that power, so that takes us to the last slide. So, it's time for question and answer.
Before we take the live one, like with sent in questions, we always want to take the questions that were sent in ahead. And that I sent it to you too, I don't know. The person asked, how can I start a care home? And as God will have it, you mentioned that briefly from your own experience. So maybe if you could elaborate a bit on that.
Okay. First and first, I talk about passion. The things that motivate us. I know one of the things that motivate all of us is money.
That's true.
But beside the money, there has to be other passion that wakes you up. You know, one of my younger brother, he married Dr. Paul Enenche's daughter, and okay. I went home.
I see the resemblance now.
I went home recently. You know, they are all my younger ones, and they like to. They look up to us and growing up, and they were going out in the water, and in the rain, and the rain was falling, and I was just waking up, and I said, "Where are you guys going?" What is it that cannot wait? It's raining heavily. You don't have a car and all of that. And he said that no, the things that motivate them is a responsibility. They schedule, they run by schedule, they don't run by the weather. You know, and since then, that stayed with me and stuck with me. You know, passion, responsibility is what drives a man. You know, our father in the Lord, Bishop David Oyedepo, was being asked by students from Covenant University. They say, we drink coffee, Nescafe to stay awake. What keeps you awake, sir? He says responsibility. So sometimes passion beyond money is what fuels us and what drives us. I say that to say that let money not be the center in some particular business. So how to start a care home? My wife was working with CBI and Eden Care, and I was also working with CBI. So we acquired the experience. So number one, the experience. The experience may not come from working for some of the existing care home before now. You can acquire it through training. So you have to go to St. John's Ambulance, or you have to go to Red Cross to get first aid done, CPR done, personal care certificate course done, and food safety done. So that way you are being taught how to care for someone, right? The experience, if you don't acquire it through working for CBI or any of these companies, you may have taken care of people before. That may be applicable to that. But it gets even more because some of these seniors are people with ailments, people with special needs. So, do you have that experience? You ask yourself, do I have the mental states to take care of people? Because I don't want to tell you that there's money inside, and then you run to it, and then you begin to see the other side. And they say, that's brother that came, and that guy that came, he did me, you know. And I'm saying this is one resident, because of privacy, I can't mention name, that we used to have. You know, stayed with us, very lovely woman. As she aged, you know, some things, you know, began to manifest. And she was diagnosed of triple cancer. You know, she passed eventually. Do you have the mental state to deal with those kind of things? You know, I saw my wife broke down, you know, crying. When she was being taken to the hospital, she refused to go to the hospital and say that because she already knew what's going to happen and all of that. And we had to call ambulance and all of that and got her into the hospital. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just trying to say that you need to be mentally ready. So I've mentioned the requirements. Then number 2, you have a resume that you attach to all of the certificate that you've done. And number 3, you have to buy an existing location or you start a new location. Right? Either you buy what? An existing location or you start a new location. In starting a new location, you will use this auditorium as an example. We want to make a 5-bed care home here now. All we need to do is to bring an architect, an engineer. They'll do the demarcation, get the necessary permit and licensing, right? They get the license, electrical license, plumbing license from the city, get everything done. Fire sprinkler, you don't need the fire sprinkler if you are under 5. But if you're beginning to go above 5, then they're going to need a fire sprinkler. That is expensive. So you put a sprinkler in place if you're doing a 10-bed. If you're not, then you don't need a sprinkler. So once you're done putting bed in place, the city will come. You invite the Ministry of Health to come and inspect the place that you want to start care home. They will send a document to you and send you to pay about $100 in favor of Ministry of Health. Once that is paid, they will now give you a user access to write an exam. That exam is towards getting your license. First, you get the requirements, the training. 2, you get a facility that is either a new one or an existing one. 3, you get them to send you, you pay money and then they set you up to write the exam. Exam is just a module that you sit and read at your own convenience and then you write the exam that follows. For example, how to give medication. Medication training is part of what you study. You know, how to care for old people, how to, you know, give a personal grooming to old people. So you read and then you write the exam. Once you pass, before they issue the license, they will now come for final inspection to be sure that the room, the bed, meets specification, and then they will issue you the license. And then it's up to you to look for residents, how to get the seniors.
Thank you. So that's a lot. I still have so many. I'm not sure we'll be able to take everything because our next speaker is ready. Okay, but I'll just run through this one. What are some of the best business opportunities to embark on here in Saskatoon? I'm sure that's also so many people's mind. What are some of the best business opportunities? Also talking as a banker that you think the bank would readily finance.
Okay. Without even blinking an eyelid, a grocery, for an example, it's a business that I know is very viable. And buying a grocery, you don't have to buy a grocery in the city. You can buy in Watros, you can buy in Woman, you can buy in Lanigan, you can buy even in the city. Why? Because it is something that the household requires. People buy all the time. You're not, in most cases, will not run to the ground if you own and operate a grocery store. The bank will finance. It will come down to you putting down an equity. Even if you want to go through the route of the government finance option, which is called the CSBFA, you still have to put down an equity. For business finance, it's usually 30% of the amount that you want to buy. Some banks will require 25%, but for the government loan, which is the CSBFA, requires 10%. But the interest is a little higher than the conventional loan. So that's one. Number two, the franchise. That's the one I favor the most because it's an existing model that is already operational. They provide the training, they provide the staffing, they provide equipment, they provide everything for you. You know, so I would like to recommend highly that the franchising. And beyond that, it also gives you the opportunity to give people both in Canada and outside of Canada. I mean, imagine the joy that you would have, you know, being the reason why somebody migrates to Canada, especially somebody that wants to migrate to Canada. And that you can do. Then lastly, trucking. Yeah, trucking can either come under franchise or even be an owner-operator trucker. That's also a good business.
Thank you. We'll take one live question because of our time. One live. So who has that question that he hasn't spoke about? Like he didn't touch about on it. I'll send this to him. The written questions. He didn't mention it in the slides. Are you sure? He didn't. Okay, maybe we'll give it to, I'll be biased. I'll give it to Pastor Mrs.
Big one. Is there conflict of interest in buying a franchise? Like you want to buy Timothy and then you want to buy Starbucks. Is there conflict of interest? Because you don't necessarily have to be the owner-operator of your franchise. You can, you know, buy and source people that will be working there, but you own it. But is there conflict of interest if you buy like Timothy, Starbucks? They do the same thing.
Okay, that's a very good question, and thank you so much. There's no conflict of interest. As a matter of fact, it adds to your credibility. It adds to your experience. It makes you a bankable candidate. We want to bank to people that own chains of businesses, and that includes you having Tim Hortons and also having DQ or A&W or even Starbucks. So there's no conflict of interest.
Thank you. You can take one more.
Thank you, sir, for a beautiful presentation. Please, on the startup, you know, businesses, there's this statistic that new businesses, first 5 years, 90% of them usually die off. And the next 5 years, remaining 10%, 9% of it also die off. So what would you say to somebody that just wants to start a business from the scratch, doesn't have any money to do anything? What would you say to such a person?
I think you already mentioned that in the slides, and I will share it, please, so that we don't any other question that he didn't mention in the slides, please. Respectfully, sir, he said all that in his presentation.
Praise the Lord. Well, the question I want to ask is this, like you said about caregiver, step by step, how to start such business. Do you mind telling us, like, practical way, step by step, how to start real estate business? You want to start buying properties, selling, or renting? Just practical way how to start it from scratch.
So you can answer that
Okay.
in 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Real estate business. One of my aspirations is to become like Donald Trump. one thing I forgot to mention is to, please, you do, try and have a mentor. Try and have a mentor. Your pastor can be your mentor. Pastor Mrs. can be your mentor. So that aside, starting a real estate business in Canada start from you getting your first property. So you want to buy your first property, and I know that they're going to talk to us about mortgage and buying a home. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of numbers. That is how you can become a name or a brand in the industry. You buy the first one at the required down payment. For a first-time homeowner buyer, it requires minimum 5%, even though it comes with other things like insurance and all that. If you're doing 5 or 25%, it comes with 5%. The second time, you can also buy with 5 or 10%. But we know when we go to the bank will tell us, no, 20% or that. But if you go to a broker can still get you your second house even as small as 5%. But bear in mind, if you do below 20%, insurance will be applicable. But that's how you buy the second one. And then the third one, how do you buy it? That is when you begin to look for more than 5%, because they will give you at 5%. Now, this is one thing it's a multiplier effect. I've bought my first 2 property. The third property, how am I going to buy it? My first property is up for renewal after the first 5-year term, right? After 5 years, what have I built in that property? You can't tell me. I've built an equity. And I'm renewing at the end of the 5-year term. I know we all don't like debts. The Bible says we should not borrow. But we can use the debt to become a slave to us and as a tool to make wealth. Right? Yes, that is not the same. Right? So, what am I saying? At the end of that 5-year term, I'm going to the bank to say, I want to renew my property. I want to take out my equity. The first initial down payment that I have is already there. And then whatsoever appreciation that I have accrued, I want to take it over 5 years. I'll give you an example. I bought a property in 2020, my second property, at 280. It was a foreclosed property. Foreclosure people that running problem with the bank. So I bought it cheaper. That property was 280. Now, my realtor called me last week. I was saying, hey, this is a property that they just sold, the neighbor close to me just sold his own for 340. I bought it at 280. Right? And I've paid down, going to the third or fourth year now. So that's 340 by market value. So just imagine what it will be at the time of renewal. So I would simply take my equity and then it goes into the third property. That is how I multiply. For those of us that don't already have other capital, that is how you multiply. You require patience.
Thank you. So buy the first one and then grow the other one. Please, let's give you a round of applause for Mr. Uloko. It's been a high-opening one. Thank you so much. You can put your face in. Thank you so much.
This is just, please, I want to take 1 minute. For the sake of passion, for the sake of growing business, who already have an idea, a business that is nurturing with a business name in mind?
You just have your capital standing here. Don't be shy. That's what we said, networking. Okay.
Pastor raised his hand. So I'm going to give Pastor my last reward for today. And I'm going to sow into that business, and I know it will grow by the grace of God.
All right. Thank you so much. So there are some questions that were written down. I'm going to pass them to Mr. Loco later on. He will answer them, and I'll make sure you get the answers unfailingly. It's going to be, we've got all your emails. That's why we asked you to register. So we're going to send the answers. Well, right about now, we're supposed to be on a short break according to our schedule, but we've eaten into our time, and our fourth speaker has to run quickly. So if you don't mind, can we just go straight into our session? I hope you don't mind. I know you've been sitting for a while, and we just want you to stretch your legs and talk. Is it okay if we have a... All right, awesome. So I know we just talked about business, and of course, but some of us still need to start with a 9 to 5. And some of us are finding it quite difficult to even break through the Canadian workplace. Like, they are not even seeing my resume. I've sent thousands of applications. When would I even get the job? When would I get the job I was doing back from my home country? I was whatever doctor, I'm struggling. So this person is a seasoned HR personnel. I can't read out her profile right now, but she's been into HR. She understands documents and resumes and cover letters. She knows what employers are looking for. She knows how you should package your application so that it can meet the bar and you can get that call for an interview. She's one of us. She's a friend of the family. With so much joy, let's give it up for Miss Onajiti. Do you want me to go by Michael or Hominigo? Whichever one. Yes, please, let's give it up for her. She takes us on resume building and job search strategies. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry that I cut into your break. I'm running late for another appointment. I had to take this one because I haven't done this in a while and I need to contribute to the church. Okay, so resume building, where will I say? Where will I start from? I've actually been a human resource professional for a while prior to my coming to Canada, and I work for the federal government in Nigeria, and I also work for the provincial government in Canada, yeah? But I also have side hustle. Everybody has to have a second job, so I do different things. Okay, let's go through our slide because I'm sort of running late. So resume building and research, that's the title of okay, presentation. All right, here we go. Next, please. Oh, here's the clicker. Okay. All right, so introduction. What's the purpose of you coming to Canada? So many persons come to Canada for different purposes. And, you know, when you're coming to Canada, there is always this saying that when you fail to plan, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? So you have to have a reason why you're coming to Canada. When everybody says, oh, I'm going to travel to this Canada or I'm going to travel abroad, what's your purpose? People have different purposes of going to Canada or coming, migrating. So many persons, Nigerians especially, would say, oh, I'm coming here for my kids. Yes, that's a very good reason. But, however, you have to have a career path because you have bills to pay here. Now that you know the bills to pay, what career path? Is it business like my fellow presenter said you want to go through? And for you to even go through business, if you bring in a very heavy capital, you just can't dive into business in a big one. Or except if you came in with serious wealth, Canada will devalue your naira. So what do you look for? You have to look for a job. In the meantime, what kind of job, what kind of career path? And you're coming to Canada. Do you want to continue your business that your career that you had started in Nigeria? You have to have a career, like you have to have like an idea of where you are going to. This next slide. So once you have a career path, you already have a guided career path. It shows you, oh, okay, I'm coming to Canada. I was a banker in Nigeria. I read engineering, but I was in banking. Do I want to continue banking? You keep asking yourself those difficult questions. I don't think I want to go through banking. You know, my husband has to work at night. Why I take care of my kids daytime? You have to restructure, replan. Know where you're going to. So when you have a path, oh, okay, I think I want to go through this career path. I want to be human resource. I want to be youth care worker. You start developing a plan. When you have a plan of where you're going to, it gives you a better definition of what things you should be looking out for. Next slide, please. Okay. So having a career plan, those are the three career tips I would say is in having a career plan is knowing the industries you are going into. So let's say, for instance, you want to go into IT. What are the requirements in IT? You know, in Nigeria, standard is definitely, or wherever country you're coming from, is different from Canada. So you have to sit down, understand the place, the environment you're coming to. You know, knowing the skills you want, the skills you need to develop. And if you need to go and take an additional diploma or just another skill set, learning maybe advanced IT skills or whatever you need for you to be able to prosper in that particular career path you decided to go into. You need to know all those things. If you do not know those things, then your whole job search is rubbish because I've seen several persons apply for jobs that they don't have the relevant skills for. They've not even looked at the requirement. They just apply, oh, I think this job sounds good, and they apply. And so many recruiters just fling their resumes away. Then you have to, you need to help know how to position yourself in career path, like networking, knowing the right places to apply, knowing the right job boards, and knowing when employers are recruiting. Because there are some employers, they wait till a particular time and they do massive recruitment. So you have to know that time. Then everybody needs to know that Canada is a skill-based economy. So when you mean by a skill-based economy, it means that employers are more interested in the kind of skill set you have to offer. Right? If you do not have the right skills, it's not like Nigeria or other countries whereby man no man. You understand what I mean? Forget it. And so you need to show your skill sets here. So when you're coming to Canada here, you have to know that you have to provide ways to show your skill set, because you are going to be tested. Don't think you come to that office and you sit down with opening granite like this is what I'm used to do. You won't do that. They won't give you that opportunity. So you have to know have the right skill set. You have to leverage on them as well, because that's what employers are looking for. Employers are looking for people that's why they are not so big on, oh, I have a bachelor's degree. What can your bachelor's degree show us? Can you actually perform? You see someone with a diploma, and the person will have a diploma for the next 20 years throughout his career, and will perform well because their skills have been developed over years. But people that will just go and get masters, go and get, oh, I have a master's in this. Can you do what the diploma is doing? Employers are looking at all that. So you don't tell me that you have all those degrees. Employers here are not big on degrees, are big on what you have to show. If you can't demonstrate your skills, to hell with all those degrees. And knowing that you're coming to Canada, it's a place of new beginning, right? So many persons come here and they were formerly in the previous profession, and they say, oh, this is a land of opportunity. Why don't I just switch my career? Or I like to do this thing. And I'll tell you one thing for sure. Because of the way Canada is, it's not like Nigeria that sometimes you are idle at work. 97% of employers will make sure for every dollar you earn, you will work for it. So if you are going to come, I see so many immigrants, they jump here. Oh, I heard that nursing is the thing. I know come here, can't count bridge. I know come here, can't count bridge. You see a lot of nurses, they do not have the passion for it. And you can see it right away. When they are doing your performance review, that is when you know what that is. Right? So many nurses will start getting advancement in their career, and they don't care how intelligent you are. If you cannot demonstrate passion, they see that passion, right? I bet you cannot come and say, oh, I know how to do IT, and you are not demonstrating it, you are not showing the passion for it, because you just went into it for the money. After a while, you get burnt out, you get tired, you'll be exhausted, you'll even be frustrated because they are working you out, and the only thing that will keep you hanging on is that passion. If you don't have that passion, that's why you see so many nursing students, they drop out, or so many nurses, they stop picking shifts after a while because, or they will just drop to being CCAs or casuals. You have to have an idea like, I need passion to do whatever I want to do. Next slide, please. So knowing all those three related career tips would give you an opportunity to know, okay, now I know all these things. I want to focus on this career path. So how do I go about coming from different countries? We have different formats for resumes, and you have to know the format that suits Canada. Canada has its own style. Many persons don't know that, but they do have their own styles as for formats for resumes. So what is resume building? Next, please. So what would I say a resume building is? I would define it as an art of imprinting all your relevant experiences, skills, and extra bits of relevant information, including your competencies and passion, in a standardized form. If you don't do that in a standardized form, all that is rubbish. Now, I'm talking from a part of being a recruiter. I have seen several persons' resumes. It's good. It's not a standardized form. I won't even waste my time. I'll fling it. Seriously, because I am probably having like several. I will not waste my time on that person's resume. Like, you can't even do a resume. How will we be able to perform in this job? Please, move aside. I am going to deal with like probably 100 resumes in a week, and you're giving, I won't even deal with it. So I'll just fling it to one side. Except if I have fewer applicants, then I will just try and see if I can go through a resume. But if I have lots of applicants, please, it's time for me to start doing filtering. That's part of my filtering process. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so this is a sample resume. For another country, it'd be good. And I see many people do this mistake. They'll put their pictures. Trust me, they do it here. You know, especially some persons, they think this is nice. You put a profile, you know, you put some information that are irrelevant there, and you put like your house address and all those personal stuff. You know, there are so many wrong things in the resume. And when I see all those things, especially when you're applying for some roles that are corporate, I expect you should know those things. That is part of your interview process already. If you don't know that, then flinging your resume to one side. Next slide. So this is just an example of a typical bad resume in Canada standard. Doesn't mean that it's not good for other countries, but for Canada, this is a bad resume. Now, this is my resume actually, an old version. So the first starts with, my full name is Onajiti Michael. Michael is my husband's name. Prior to me understanding the system here, I will put on Onajiti. Now, being a recruiter, being on the other end, you know, my father is someone that's always been very big on culture and all that. So he didn't give any of his 7 children English names. All our names are in Robo. And I would go and put on Onajiti in my resumes. I have sat down as a recruiter and I have seen many recruiters, just your name again alone being Olusegun Babalola. They can't even pronounce it. I'm telling you, so don't say, no, they don't know me. They don't know my name. Why can't they pronounce my name? I am proud of my name. My brother, you came to their land. They didn't come to your land. And you want the job. They are not asking you for the job. So if you cannot bend down low, sit down. So yes, when you've made a name for yourself, you can put your full name. Like, this is what they call whitewashing. Doesn't deny the fact that your name is Onajiti. In fact, the very first time I started going with honor, I toned, as in, I said my dad is late. I'm like, my father was probably rolling in his grave, like, who is honor? I'm like, so I used to give GT, because it's a 4-letter word. But even Canadians can't pronounce GT. And I worked in the care home for a while. The elderly there could not pronounce Giant. I'm like, who the hell is Giant? They will call me and I don't even know who they're calling me. Like, why don't you respond to us? I didn't even know you were calling me. Because they can't pronounce you. See, why waste a lot of time and effort in your name when you can use it for other things? They'll say, you know that lady that has that funny name? Don't let them tag you. When you've made a name for yourself, you can go. But what I do is I call my name Honor Michael. But when you want to give me an offer later, they always make that mistake. They put Honor Michael. And I'll send it back to the hiring manager. Please, my full name is Onajiti Michael. Put it there. So you change it back to Onajiti Michael. That's fine. I'm okay with that. And here we go like that. But if you want to call me for just informal names, you can call me Honor. I'm fine with it. For your convenience and for me, stop. I keep on coaching and I like giving you lessons. Pronounce like Onajiti. It's a waste of time. You're wasting my time and I'm wasting your time. Just say honor, so something more convenient. It doesn't mean that you should change your name automatically. I've seen someone that his name is Shegun. As easy as Shegun is, believe me, it's a tongue twister for so many persons. The guy had to change his name from Shegun to Sean. I was shocked that day. I was like, is it? When he sent me his resume, I was like, sorry, you said you were going to send me your resume. I said, one Sean. He said, hey, that's me now. I said, where did your name to Sean? I said, brother. Well, I don't know if you can use a short version of your name, right? But not using a name that, it is not going to be a formal name, but for formal documents, like a hiring document is an offer letter is a legal document, right? I would let you put my full name. I will tell you to take it back. Several times I've given lots of employers, please take it back. My full name is Onajiti. spell it well.
And just to add to that, some job application will say first name and they will ask preferred name.
Yeah.
Now, on my resume too, my first name is a long one and it's a tongue twister. It's Adura Agbemi. Most people can. So I put in parentheses Adura. Don't hurt yourself by trying to pronounce Adura Agbemi. Just go by Adura. Adura is 5 letters, is easier to pronounce. So those little things can help. So I have Adura Agbemi in parentheses, Adura, and then my last name. Then Adura, and then, so they know to call me by Adura. So not to like, oh, what's Adura Agbemi? Adura, like, they can. And it's not that they're trying to be difficult. They just can't pronounce it.
Yeah. So moving on to, most times, another mistake I made was I used to put my address, 421 for whatever street. But it's not relevant, right? You don't need to put all that. You just need to put your postal code, Saskatoon, and your email. And sometimes many people, I see people putting their email like lazygirl2022 at. Yes, I've seen that. And I've also seen, I remember creating an email when email started in 2002. And then it was GT Girl. It was my friend that created it. GT Girl 2000. I can't put that. You have to put a formal email to make you look like you're serious. You see someone's like, oh, booze. You'll be surprised. Booze Cruiser. You will be surprised, trust me. And you will just have a good laugh. So the next one is professional summary. So when it comes to your professional summary, some persons do profile, they will talk about irrelevant things. Oh, I'm passionate about this and that. That is where the place of cover letter comes in. So when you're putting on professional summary, I don't think that's relevant at all. You should put more of a profile summary. It gives you more, shall I say, professionalism. Just talk about your experience. 2 to 3 sentences is okay, just to give them a highlight or introduction of what you've done and your experiences. Then, I'll move to the next slide. Then if you see, I talked about my competencies, and also work experience, education experience, work experience, my education. If you see my education, it's also highlighted at the bottom. So work experience, most people make that mistake. It's not on chronological order. So you see some persons would put some that they've worked previously, maybe 2001, then they'll put 2002 before 2001. So it has to be in a chronological order. Then you have to look at stating the relevant job description. So you have to match it with whatsoever. That's why I call resume building an art. If you look at a job description, you're looking for someone that has SAP, or knows SAP or success factor. You have to put it in your competency if you know that I have that. Oh, I do have success factor or Workday, which is a transferable skill. So with each resume you do, you have to tailor it to a job description. If you don't do that, you are doing a shoddy job. And trust me, resume, the difference between a successful applicant and an unsuccessful applicant's resume, it's being called for an interview, is just the little tweaking things that you do. I know it's a lot of work, but you're in Canada to stay, and hopefully you should get a good job. But with that, you keep on tweaking your job and just tweaking your resume until it suits. So there's no, I have one general resume. You might have a general resume. But what about if the job description states that they're looking for someone that has a specific kind of competencies on this, and you didn't put that in your resume, and maybe perhaps you do that. If you don't put that, especially if they are using ATS, yeah? An ATS, that's application tracking system, will do a filtering. Sometimes it's not humans that do that thing, it's just a software, an application tracking system that does that. And if it doesn't see those keywords, it will flitter, jump over your resume and move to the next one. So those little things can actually help in changing your resume. Please move to the next slide, please. So the do's and don'ts of creating a resume. So formal, that's your format, that's your name. That's why I said whitewashing in it. I've spoken about that. Trying to make it look more presentable for employers to look at you. Then a professional summary, not more than 3 words. A competency of, probably they say, I'm looking for someone that is passionate about youth. You can put that in your competency, being passionate about youths, or being able to handle social relevant skills. So that's where your competency comes in. Then work experience, you also have to put your work experience that sort of matches what the job description is asking for. Then your education and notable certification. You have to put your education and your notable certification. So let's say you are applying for a youth care worker, you have to apply, I've done first aid response, or I've done CLR. They need to know all that. If you don't apply all that, then they won't know how qualified or what kind of experience or education experience that you do have. Then you'll make sure that your reference is verifiable. When I mean reference is being verifiable is there are so many persons that went through an interview process, but the references they gave did not really speak well for them, and that was a red flag, and that was enough for them not to be picked as the successful candidate. So make sure your references are ready to say good or notable things about you. If they are not, then please look for someone else that will speak towards your work ethic and just your general work experience. Match all your relevant experience. So that's why I say don't generalize a resume. I know it's very difficult. You can have a general one that you keep on editing, just tweaking little things on it and before you apply for job. Then you don't. You see people overshare. They always overshare, like they put their profile name, age, date of birth. I know we do that in CV in Nigeria. It's not needed here. They don't need to know your age. Even, especially with that came at older age, it's counting against us because we are competing with younger generation. So you don't put all that information that's irrelevant. Don't put unnecessary information, putting your house address, putting like your state of origin or you're black or whatever. They don't need all those information. You see all that in resumes. These are the little things. Then your experience and, as I say, your experience and job, in a job description, you have to match the relevant job description to the work experience that you have. If you don't do that, something like an ATS can even filter you out, or even hiring recruiters can just say, you don't have the relevant. Meanwhile, you already have the relevant skill, but because of you did not highlight that, they won't know. And you're not given the opportunity to even speak about it yet. So your resume sort of speaks for you. So you have to do a good job. But now that you have a good resume, so what next? How do you do a job search? Next slide, please. So job search. We are looking for a job. There was a time about probably 6 months to 8 months ago, it was an employee market, meaning that employers are looking for lots of people to fill roles, positions. So they even take people that are lesser qualified. But right now it's now become an employer market. So because there are lots of immigrants that are coming here, so we are competing with lots of people. So there's serious competition. So it's an employer market right now. Meaning the employer has the advantage to pick the best of the best, right? So you have to know what an employer is looking for. Okay. So how do you know what? Well, you already know when you keep submitting applications and you see lots of people just generally talking about not getting real chances and all that. And obviously, the population in Saskatoon has grown bigger. Yes. So the workforce is already forcing itself. Okay, next slide, please. So what are the strategies for you to get employers to look at, notice your resume? So knowing the relevant job boards, using glass doors, and also signing into those so that you can get notification, right? I do that a lot. If you know a profession that you are interested in, just sign into that and they keep on giving you a lot. There is this new human resource position. Would you like to apply for it? So doing all that, then learning to understand, decipher job description. So when you see a job posting, trust me, you have to study that job posting because they are telling you a lot of things. This is where interview questions are even coming out from. And this is where resumes will be looked at. So you have to understand those things. And I can't really get into major details, but you being able to understand what they are looking for and applying that to your resume makes a very big difference. Then matching your, so when you do that, then you now match your own resume to suit what they're actually asking for. Then saving the job posting. Many times people don't save their job posting because maybe they forgot. And when they are called for interviews, they've even forgotten that they applied for that job. They don't even know what the job description is. And like I said, job description actually tells you how your interview is going to be. The questions, because it's from the job descriptions that most persons don't know that some job descriptions that interview questions are derived from. Like I can give you an idea of what an interview question will be looking like. It might not be 100%, it might be probably 60%. So those are the kind of, that is why you need to save. I always like to, when I apply for jobs, I just create a profile and I screenshot the job description and I save it. If they don't call me, that's fine. If they call me, I will also refer back to that job ad posting that I applied for and read through it. Like I am decoding something. You look at me, I'm looking at the job description and reading line by line, understanding what they are looking for so that I'm prepared for the interview. And just leveraging on networking. Networking here is big. And when I mean networking, I don't mean man who know man, because they don't do that here. I mean it's just using your LinkedIn and just trying to reach out to employers and just networking with just your colleagues and people you don't know who can really be of help to you. So people just knowing your skill set speaks well for you. Someone can say, oh, I heard that this person is actually graduated from this in my class. Maybe let's see if we could apply, see if we can do an interview for this person. I've seen several times that they don't even apply for, they don't even post those jobs. They just say, oh, they have a candidate in mind and they would interview that person. Next slide, please. So preparing for an interview. So when you're called for an interview, which is the big one, how do you prepare for interview? You know, like I said, reviewing the job description. It tells you a lot of where the questions are going to be coming out from. So you have to understand what they are looking for, the competencies, the skills that are necessary for you to be successful in that role. If you don't understand that thing, forget it. They might even ask, you might even have relevant skills like, what is the, like, they could just ask you, what, do you have like a, do you know, have knowledge in SAP? So, oh no, I don't have knowledge in SAP. However, I do have work there, and I believe that because of, I have very good knowledge in a wide variety of other softwares, it will not be difficult for me to pick up that, right? So you already know that those kind of questions should come, because like, oh, tell us kind of, or like you're a people person, tell us kind of people you've dealt with. And you know in that role, it says that you're going to be dealing with managers and dealing with employees as well. You're like, oh, okay, I have done several roles in dealing with employees. In this particular situation, I was able to resolve this. With this situation, I was able to build a relationship with this manager and help other issues smoothing out. So if you don't have all those things leveraged in you during preparation for interview, when they ask you questions, you are thrown aback. Like, it throws you. So when you're preparing, it's really key for you to know, understand the job description and what's needed for you to be successful in that role. And also, during the interview process, you have to know the STAR method. STAR method, I don't know if anyone knows about the STAR. Yeah, the STAR method. So it's actually a very easy way for you to be able to, like, talk about yourself and answer a question in a very clarified way. You know, telling you about the situation, the task, the actions, and the results. That you always talk about the results. You know, those are the kind of things that you need to know. It gives you a clear way for people to be able to understand you. Then learning about the organization's passion or whatever. I always say that people always, you know, don't go into that deeply. Believe me, many roles I got and made me stood out from different candidates. I went to learn about the organization. I can just use within 20 minutes to just go to the company's website. Oh, they are so passionate about youth. When I'm talking about my examples and questions, I'll be like, you know, passion for youth is, I'll be emphasizing so they will know. You'll be using the keywords. You'll be throwing the keywords for them so that they'll be like, okay, this girl knows what we are going for, right? So you do that. Then learn to sell yourself and give a good impression. I have interviewed several persons and I see so many of them. You know how sometimes the Yorubas can have this, how would I use the word? No, not accents. I'll use the word. They are not low self-esteem, but you know how they're humble. Yeah. You know, you don't sell yourself. See, the stories about employers and interviewers and interviewees is about who can brag the most. Simple. So if employers say, can you do this? Don't lie. Don't be humble about it. Don't say, oh, I think, yes, my brother, when I did it, my other self could not do it as good as me. Sell yourself, because interview is the process of you selling yourself. If you do not sell yourself, you are humble, you're saying, yes, I can use SAP. See, I used SAP, I was able to use it to resolve this. You've gone further than what they've asked you. You've put additional pepper, soup, spice inside the thing. They'll be nodding their head and be like, okay, don't sell yourself short. I've seen so many persons sell themselves short. They're like, yes, I can. They are timid doing the interview process. In your interview process, please brag about it. Don't necessarily, don't be humble. This is not a place. Sell yourself, or else another person will sell themselves. There are some persons that, because of their very good salesmen, they get a job even when you are more competent than they are. But because of their good salesmen, they are the ones that actually get the job than someone that is more competent. So you have to learn that skill, and it's a gradual process of you just hyping yourself in your mind. That's why I say preparation is very key. You know, like an example of talk about yourself. I had to learn that one myself. I'll look at myself in the mirror. Like, oh, talk about yourself. Just tell us about yourself. I'll walk you through my resume. Oh, I'm a hiring manager from Nigeria. I work with the federal government. I'm very passionate about, employee relations. What even got me into human resources, because I actually helped in, my father was an administrator, and he always talked about policies and stuff like that, and it got me interested. And so I read communication in school to help me in my communication skills. Meanwhile, they said they want someone that's an effective communicator. I've mentioned that one already. So I started mentioning things that they are looking out for, right? And I'm like, also, I've just learned communicating with people, and I see relating with people seem to confide. They're looking for someone that can keep confidence, employees can confide. I've just started saying all that. So I just believe that, human resources has always been something that's been very deep for me, and I'm very passionate about it. I've just said this. When you say that, you make it very interesting. Like you're telling a story about yourself. Don't call robotic, and I see people do robotic and they are scared. Just say like you're telling a story. Tell the story. It makes it more interesting. Interviewers like it when an interviewee is interesting. So next slide, please. So now that you have gotten ready for the interview process, so these are the keynotes for you to note down. Preparing for an interview, I always say, makes it different from a successful candidate and an unsuccessful candidate. This person that prepared would always come out bouncing. Then be confident, don't be passive, don't undersell yourself. Please, next slide, please. We have done, in conclusion, we have done resume building, and one of the things that we've now learned now is when you're doing your resume building, it's an ongoing process. You keep applying for jobs. As I'm here now, I'm even about going back for my job. I applied as a youth care worker, so I keep doing it. Canada is a land of opportunity. You can pick several different roles and you're rolling. So my resume, I just did another resume last week. I'm so used to doing resume. As I see one job online, I will apply. It's not to apply. You say no or you say yes. We move. So it's an ongoing process. Don't say I hate doing that resume. It's as long as you're in this land, you've not gotten your own. You're not self-employed. You somehow be doing a resume. Except you don't want to grow. The fastest way to grow, which Nigerians, I know there are many times they're not content in a role. If you stay in a place, you don't grow fast. But if you move from one company to another company, you move to a bigger role. If you want to move from that company, even you're coming back to your company, you're moving to a bigger role. And that's the fastest way to move. There's nothing like promotion in Canada here. You have to apply for those roles. Nothing like Nigerian promotion that will do normal career progression. It's not the Nigerian way. So the resume building is going to be an ongoing process for you. It's best you learn how to do it, or you pay someone to do it for you. So whichever one that works for you. And you always know that when an interview does not pan out well, don't be too hard on yourself. There's always a next time and a room for improvement. And several things that we should understand about interview process. Some persons are like, oh, maybe I did not do well in my interview. Disregard that, because there are some times that they already have an internal candidate, but they posted a job out regardless. Why? Because it's a government policy that you must post out all your jobs, even though you have an internal candidate. So they have to do all that to fulfill all righteousness. And so even though when they are impressed by you, unfortunately, the policy also states, the organization policy states, if there's an internal candidate that has that skills and relevant competencies, you have to pick that internal candidate. Even though you're better than that person, they will have to still pick that person. So even though the interviewers have enjoyed you, they will still go and pick that person, they will apologize to you. However, they still have you at the back of their mind. Then connections. I've seen several places whereby, like I had said earlier, that they will say, oh, this job, don't post it. Or even if you post it, I have someone that we went to school together and his brother is, they do it in Canada, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's connection. They do that a lot in Canada, yeah. So it might not be you, it might not be your lack of skills or showing confidence in your resume building. It's probably maybe they already have a candidate in mind. Then when you don't have the relevant skills and experience to demonstrate, or during an interview process, you are not able to demonstrate that. That's one of the things that would kick you out as. Then there's also something called unconscious biases. I always tell people that dress the way you want to be addressed. You're going for a job. Sometimes some people overdo it. You know, the people you are going to apply to a job for, they just wear this kind of dress. You went and wear
A three-piece suit.
Full jacket. You want to remove them from their job. My brother, even if they are not racially biased, the way you've dressed, or you see some persons, they just wear normal shirts, jeans and all that. See, you have to match. You don't undersell and don't overdo. Like, just be on the balance. Always try to really, put a balance to everything that you do. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Please, can we clap for GT?
Yeah, so questions. One question came in while you were speaking. It said, can you explain the difference between being overqualified and bragging? Sometimes you're overqualified for the job and you don't want to come across as being overqualified to your interviewers. So how do you manage not to be too modest and also not to come across as being overqualified for the role?
Okay, I'll say one thing. Like, you're applying for a job, and a job, I always say job description says a lot of things. You have to know how to decipher it. It says that they need a 3-year experience for this, and they need just a diploma. You went to carry your master's and put bam. You're wonderful, don't worry. Because the people that are even interviewing you don't even have a bachelor's degree. Do you understand? Many of them don't go to advanced school like they are based on skill. It's a skill-based economy. When you carry master's too, it's like you're carrying a gun to a knife fight, right? So you don't do all that. When you're like, oh yes, and even when you do, see, just remove some of this. When you see all those things, you see some people that have MSc and they have like very high, like they are professors. I say, please just remove those things, my brother. Remove those things. When you enter inside the system, you cannot tell them, uncle, I have these qualifications, but you've not yet entered. Remove those things. You know, even when I came, I remember when I came, I applied with my SSC, right? Like to get a care job. I didn't put my bachelor's degree. No, I removed because they're not relevant. That's why I always say match a relevant experience. If you're not getting the relevant skill, then why are you doing that? So that is when you go there and you are now over-bragging. They will look at it, they will smile. So you want to come and take my job? That is what is in their mind. They won't answer you.
So please always study the job description. Know what your employer is asking for, and tailor your resume and your cover letter.
Please, one more question I need to raise.
Is it normal for a job posting not to have details about what they are looking for?
No.
Like they just, it's
you know,
not
there's
normal.
some jobs
Why would they do that?
is fraudulent. So if you're looking for something, you have to explain what they're actually looking for. So there are some jobs that are actually very fraudulent. So watch out for all those too. You have to, a job posting has certain details that it has to go through for it to be called a job posting. It has to have a job description. It has to have all the other detailed information to make it called a job posting. So that's not a job posting, or at least a complete one.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Please just
One
write
more?
it down. Oh, one more right there. Okay, you can take one more.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much for sharing some clarifications on the resume building. You mentioned something which actually caught my attention. This economy is a competence-based economy.
Yeah.
And where we came from, you have to put all your degrees, your certification, everything there. With our understanding, you know, there are some positions that if you don't have certain qualifications, it is impossible for you to require some skills or perform excellently well at those positions. But here, putting maybe high school diploma or qualification on your resume, and listing some competencies.
Yeah.
So
contradictory.
Yes.
So one thing I would tell you, like I said, Canada is not big on your education. They are big on your skills. If you can show that you have those skill sets, they are fine with it. When you say you are a master's and you cannot even perform as much as a diploma person, have you seen them here? Even their clerical officer, what a clerical officer can do, a master's Nigerian cannot do it. They have competencies here. So don't come here and brag about education and you cannot show the performance of that, right? You cannot match up to that skill. So yes, so when they ask for a job description, they expect that you have met up to those particular job descriptions. And there's always a place for transferable skills. That's why you see someone that has a diploma can stay in a job for someone that is supposed to be, so I'll give you an example of myself. Because I've done lots of care and also employment coordinator roles, I can easily transfer to social works, youth. I don't really have the relevant qualification for social works yet, right? But if I want to, because I have done transferable skills, I have done case files, I have done risk management, I have done all that. Those are my transferable skills. So regardless of the fact that I don't have social works yet, they might give me an entry-level role for social works, right? Pending when they might give you, a condition, please try and get your social works degree in so time. So they are more important, they are more interested in the competencies that you can demonstrate than your education. So when Nigerians, we focus so much on, we go school, go get this thing, I laugh. We are wasting our time. Go and get the right competencies and skills and you will be successful in your role.
Thank you so much, GT. Thank you. Please, can we clap for GT? Thank you. And of course, if you still have any question that she didn't talk about, just send it to me and I will send it to her. She needs to run now. She has another appointment. All right. Thank you so much. I hope we're learning. It's been a time well spent. Okay, so we've learned about resume. We've learned about business. Now you've gotten the job. How do you perform those things that is beyond your skill set, the interpersonal relationship? So many people have lost jobs because they didn't know how to relate at the workplace, or because of the way they dressed, or because they were wearing too much perfume. Yes, and somebody with allergic reaction was in your workplace, and they filed a complaint with HR, and you are out of the door. So we want to learn about those soft skills for the workplace, those mannerisms. We are in a new culture, in a new environment. Whether we like it or not, we need to learn how it is being done here. Should you take your heavily flavored, spiced food to work and then you eat it up in the microwave, in the kitchen, in the common area, and everywhere is smelling of those scents, those little things. So we have a speaker. She's a friend of the house too. This is her second time here. She's also my colleague at the university. Karen I'm going to try and read her intro. Do you want me to do that, Karen? Or it's fine? Okay, just to save time. All right, so please can we clap our hands as we welcome Karen Mosen to talk about soft skills and professional tips. You can use that mic. Thank you.
Glad to be here today. I had a lot of circumstances in the last month or so that made it almost impossible for me to attend today, but everything worked out, and so I'm just so grateful to be here today to share whatever knowledge I've gained over my career with you all today.
Thank you, Karen.
So just to give you some background, I've worked at the University of Saskatchewan now for almost 18 years as a research coordinator, so my world is all about research. I help my faculty write research grants, find funding opportunities. I organize research days, stuff like that. So that's what I do for a living. Next slide, please. So I'll just quickly do the land acknowledgement as we gather here today in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. We acknowledge we're on Treaty 6 territory in the homeland of the Métis. We We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place, and we reaffirm our relationship with one another. Next slide. So here's just a quick outline that I'll be talking about today. Next slide. So just to give you some background, the information that I will be sharing today is from my book, my self-help book that I wrote in 2020, entitled Soft Skills and Professional Tips for the Office. I just wanted to share all the things I had probably learned the hard way over the years with other people. I just hope that you can find something today that's useful and would apply in your own life. If you're interested in buying the book, it's under $20, and it's available on any online vendor like Indico or Freeze and Press or Amazon. Next slide, please. So just a couple of quick facts about my book. It's only 60 pages. It's a real easy read. I cover 18 different topics, and I sort of split the book into new career, mid-career, and late career. Next slide. Okay, so let's get into it now. So first of all, before we talk about soft skills, I think I really need to explain, what are soft skills. Next slide. So I pulled some definitions off the internet. So soft skills are desirable qualities for certain forms of employment that do not depend on acquired skill. This includes things like common sense, the ability to deal with people, positive, flexible attitude. The next one talks about personal attributes that enable someone to interact effectively and harmoniously with other people. The next one describes it as people's abilities to communicate with one another and to work well together. Abilities which enable effective communication, we heard that word before, and social interaction with other people, or they can also be called interpersonal skills. I like that one myself, interpersonal skills. The subjective talents people possess in a job, including good listening skills, which I'll also be mentioning, speaking capabilities, pleasant manner, positive attitude, integrity, and social skills. Next slide. So soft skills are good manners and interpersonal skills that help us get along with others and build positive relationships. Okay, next slide. So there's two things I want to talk about today in relation to soft skills. Now, first of all, I want to talk about how you can use soft skills to be successful in your job, and then later on I want to talk about how you can use soft skills to develop more deeper, meaningful relationships with your colleagues. And that does make sense, because when you think about it, sometimes we spend more time with the people we work with than our own families. So those relationships are important, which I'll get into later. Okay, next slide. So the first thing I would encourage you to do if you're starting a new job, or even if you've been in a job a couple of years, if you haven't done so already, is to establish yourself a work plan. And so you might ask me, well, where do I start if I don't have a work plan? Well, I would encourage you to talk to your boss or anyone else that you're assigned to work with, to report to, and get a sense of your primary duties and then what's expected of you. Now, meetings can take a lot of time, so the next thing I would get you to check out is how many meetings do you need to attend. So do you need to just attend the meetings, or are there some meetings that you also need to organize the meetings? Because it takes a lot of time. Do you need to prepare the agenda? Do you need to order food for the meeting? You need to do up the minutes. Just a lot of time. So if you're doing your work plan, pop in all the meetings so that you can work the other stuff around that. And start with the big stuff, and then with what's left, then pop in the little stuff that you have to do. And then also event planning. Check if there's any events that you're responsible to organize, because event planning takes a lot of time. As a Dura would know, organizing this today. Then also I typically set up my work plan for 12 months. So I work at the university, so my time, my work plan typically starts September 1st and then goes to the end of August next year. So like I said, I plunk everything in there, plunk in the meetings, plunk in the big stuff, and then put all the little stuff in around it. Now, I want to remind you to be flexible, because sometimes bosses will come in and they'll drop something in your lap, and you have to be flexible to incorporate that into your schedule as well. That happens quite often, actually. And then just a tip, I know maybe all of you don't work at the University of Saskatchewan, but if you do work at the University of Saskatchewan, and this may be something that is common in other institutions as well, but we have what they call an annual performance review. Now, at the university, they're not going to give you a merit increase or a salary increase for just, like, let's say your workload's doubled or tripled, they're not going to give you a wage increase for that. But if you do something outside your normal job description, then that will increase the chance of you getting that salary increase. So what I've done for years, and I've actually been quite successful at it, is I try to organize some activities or projects so that when I do decide to apply for a merit increase, I can throw that into the application. So I'll just give you a couple of examples. Like when I wrote this soft skills book, it's work related, it was relevant, popped it on my application. Last year, I wrote a paper on grant writing, very relevant to my job. Got it published, threw that in. So I ended up getting a raise by them. So anyways, I just think, especially if you're working at the university or some type of institution where they have this annual performance review, put that in your work plan as well. Next slide, please. So here's just an example of my work plan when I started in the Department of Surgery. I worked for the Department of Surgery, and I've been there now for almost 8 years. Time goes by so fast. So might be oh yeah, you can see it okay over there. And so we'll be sharing the slides later, and you can have a look at that. But you can see I've got everything listed that I need to do over the next year, and then I can make up my work plan. So for example, I know we have Faculty Research Day every month that goes in May. We have the Resident Research Day in November. We have the Resident Research Awards come due November, so we're advertising those in August already. Over the summer, maybe it slows down a little bit, then I can analyze my data, the number of publications, amount of funding for my faculty. I can do that over the summer and get that ready for the, the annual report. So just an example. Next slide, please. Yes, please. So you might be asking, well, what does developing a work plan have to do with soft skills and doing your job more effective? Well, I believe that how well you do your job will affect your relationships with the people in your office. So just to give you a couple of examples, Bob always answers his emails promptly. Jerry is quick to return my calls. I can always count on Meredith to help set up for the conference. Gordon did exactly what he said he would do. I had the completed report on my desk by Monday. And after a while, you figure out who those people are in your office, the ones that care about their job, the ones that have a strong work ethic, the ones that you can count on. And you, at least in my job, I'm sure most jobs, you can't do your job in a vacuum. You have to count on all these other people to work together to get the task that you need done or the outcome that you want. You have to work together. Next slide, please. So the next thing I'd like to talk about before, and this did come up before, is communication skills. So if you want to do your job really well, you have to work on your communication skills. And I like that word skills because, I've never been the best communicator, but if it's a skill, then that tells me that's something I can actually work on to improve. So thank goodness communication is a skill. Next slide, please. Okay, so I would encourage you when in your job, or if you're looking for a job and when you start your new job, that you try to have an open communication policy with your coworkers. And so what I do, what I've done over the years is I try to what I call keep people in the loop. I know what that feels like, you know, when my boss doesn't tell me something and everybody else in the office knows except me. It just makes me feel kind of left out. And I've seen that time and time over again, and I've seen other people, like people that are newly hired, were accidentally left out, and they felt really bad, they were slighted. So what I try to do when I send out emails, when I'm communicating about upcoming events, I try to make sure that when I send out the email that everyone's included. And that's not easy. So what that involves is I have all these listmen, they're called, they're group emails. And it takes a bit of effort, but I have to spend a lot of time and make sure those are updated. So for example, let's say I haven't updated my group list in the last 3 months, but in the last 3 months we've hired 10 new people. Well, if I send out an email, those 10 people didn't get it unless someone was, you know, kind enough to forward it to them. So I think nowadays, especially when we're trying to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion, that we have to really be purposeful and be more diligent to make sure everyone's included. I also believe in sending out important memos. There's stuff everyone in the office needs to know. That's stuff like dates when the department head is away, maybe some contact information for new hires. You know, it's always nice to know that they've hired someone new in the office instead of all of a sudden you notice this stranger walking back and forth and you have no idea who it is. So just keep everyone in the loop. Another thing, I think it's important to have a calendar. And then that way everyone knows when someone's away, maybe someone's sick, maybe someone's taking a week holidays. And when I used to work in the vet college, and what they did, it was kind of old-fashioned, but they had this huge calendar on the wall, and they'd write everyone's name, and you know, if you're going to take next week off, you just mark next week off. If it was your birthday, they'd draw a little cake beside your name. You know, if you phoned in sick, someone would pencil in sick. And I know this maybe doesn't sound that important, but you know, I just found it so helpful because I could look at that calendar. If I needed a signature or I needed, you know, the ADR to review something, and I could look and I could say, oh, today's Friday, he's away next week. I have to get him to sign that today. You know, or maybe I needed my colleague to do something for me, and they're going on 2 weeks holidays, and nobody told me. And this was important and this was urgent. But that's part of having open communication and including everybody, making everyone feel an important part of the office. Now, a good part of having open communication is having good listening skills. Again, I'm glad that's skills. For some of my friends, I do like to talk a lot. So I've always been a little bit more weaker on the listening side. So I have been trying to improve my listening skills. And so in the office, that means that when someone's trying to talk to you, you're not typing on your phone while they're trying to explain something to you. That doesn't mean that you're sitting down at your computer and you're typing while they're trying to talk to you. That means that you are actively listening to them. You're looking them in the eye, you know, you're squaring up to face them. You know, your whole body language conveys that, okay, you've got my time, you've got my attention, and I want to listen to what you have to say. Next slide, please. Now, another part of having open communication in the office involves courtesy, having courtesy and respect for other people. One of the common issues I've seen is when people share positions, or the one one has to cover for the other person when the other person is away or steps out. And so I've seen this several times. So in that case, you have to let your other person know, I have a dentist appointment Friday morning. You'll need to cover me. Or, hey, I'm thinking of taking the second week off in October. Can you cover for me? And it's not that hard. It's just courtesy and respect. And it's just a conversation. Like sometimes people are, I honestly don't understand why they don't just talk to the other person and say, hey, will this work? And the thing is, it's reciprocal, right? Because then they'll say, oh, well, you got a dentist appointment Friday. Well, Tuesday afternoon, I've got a doctor's appointment. So if you could cover me, that would be great. And then you got what they call the win-win situation. I found too, and of course this is more relevant for people that work in the office. I know a lot of people that are still working from home full-time. But again, in the last few months, I've seen a lot of businesses that have shifted to the hybrid model. So people are starting to come back into the office 1 or 2 or 3 days a month. So if you're in an office and maybe you have a whole bunch of offices that are close together, or maybe it's a big open floor and there's cubicles and stuff, I look at it as a courtesy. So if I'm going to step out to a meeting, I'll just tell my closest colleague I have a meeting. It's across campus, so if anyone's looking for me or the boss needs anything, I'm back about 3 o'clock. Don't have to do that, but it's just a courtesy. And then, I'll find people will reciprocate and they'll say, hey, in case the boss wants anything, I'm just going for a coffee with a friend of mine that I haven't seen in a couple of years, so I'll be back in about 45 minutes. And it's just communication, that's all it is. Another sort of one of my pet peeves actually is when, I love attending social events at work. I try to make an effort to get to know my colleagues outside of the job, take an interest in, their personal life, their family, what sports they like, whatever. But sometimes they'll just send out an email and say, okay, we're going to have this potluck on such and such day. They don't ask you if it suits you or anything. And I just think it would be better if they'd actually send out a doodle poll, ask everybody, and then, you're going to have much better attendance that way because you actually ask people what worked according to their schedule. And in fact, in surgery, they actually did that over the summer. They were going to have this huge barbecue. And they just said, okay, this is the day. And in fact, during the summer, people book their vacations months in advance. And I was actually out of the country. I was going to be out of the country. So they ended up canceling it because nobody could make it. And then they wonder why, because they don't ask you. But anyways, just a pet peeve of mine. And then again, another important thing to remember when regarding having respect for the people that you work with, and in particular your boss, I would encourage you that if you do have a problem with your boss, go to your boss. Never go above your boss to your boss's boss. That's just not a good way to establish a good relationship. And in fact, it may actually put your relationship off to a rocky start. So just respect the chain of command. And sometimes when you're new, it's a little bit tricky. But usually, if you talk to one of your coworkers, you might say, which is the boss, John or Paul? And they'll say, oh no, John is the boss and John reports to Paul. Well, then you know, right? Next slide, please. So you might be wondering how this applies to soft skills and doing your job better. Well, I believe that how well you communicate with others will affect your relationship with the people in your office. So just to give you a couple of examples, Frank always calls in if he is sick or running late getting into the office. Jackie sent out an invitation to the Christmas party, including the 2 new girls in shipping. Belinda lets everyone know the date of the annual college retreat. And Corey let me know right away that the conference would be delayed until the fall. So I hope this is like not too boring for you or too simple for you. It's just the things I'm talking about today is just more like common sense. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay, so I've talked about how to we talked about some things, so how you can do your job better, and now I'd like to talk about how to develop more meaningful relationships with your colleagues. But first, I just want to say how hard it was to shove all this information into 40 minutes. There's just so many areas and topics that I could have covered, but I tried to pick, the best ones to at least share a few topics with you today. So next slide, please. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is inter-office relationships. Next slide. So I've actually had quite a few jobs at the university over the years. All my jobs prior to the position I'm in right now were on soft money. So what that meant was when the money was gone, my job was gone. Didn't matter how well a job I did, the money was gone, I was gone. So I ended up working in a couple of different departments. I worked in a couple of different colleges. So I know what it's like to start a new job. And I know that's especially hard if you're just starting a new job. So when you have a new position, at least for me, I find that the hardest thing is to just sort of, find your way, find your niche. And so one of the best ways to do that is talk to your boss, perhaps, or maybe more so your colleagues, just to get a sense of the workplace culture. Because believe me, every workplace is different, and every college is different. And like I'm always bragging about that college because they were totally amazing. I just felt so valued there. We had a Christmas dinner every Christmas. Everybody in the whole college came and had turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes. Oh, it was just amazing. And then every fall they had the barbecue and they gave out the awards and 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, and it just made you feel really, really special. Really, really appreciate their employees. And so that was a fabulous college to work for. If you ever get the chance to work for the Vet College, I would encourage you to do so. So when you have your new job and you're trying to find, how do I fit in? Another thing I would encourage you to do is to get acquainted with people's allergies or sensitivities. A lot of times the focus is more on ourselves, and I'm starting a new job here, and I'm nervous. But at the same time, I would encourage you to pay a little bit more attention to the people around you. There's a lot of allergies or sensitivities out there. So for things like scent-free offices, I know that the University of Saskatchewan is actually a scent-free institution. A lot of the hospitals are scent-free. A lot of the medical clinics are scent-free. Some people can get migraine headaches from strong smells, and then some people can have trouble breathing as well. A peanut-free workplace, I think I had mentioned this story last year. The one time I was working with my former boss, and I knew I wouldn't have time to eat for at least an hour yet, so I thought I'll just grab an O. Henry bar. So I go flying in his office. We were going to discuss something, and he goes, whoa, out, please leave out. And anyways, I found out, lo and behold, he had a peanut allergy. Luckily, it wasn't a serious one. It just made him sneeze his head off, so it wasn't like anaphylactic shock. But at the same time, I felt horrible. It's like, oh my God, I didn't know you had a peanut allergy. So anyways, he was fine. But, then I had that piece of information, and I was always careful about that after that, because, sometimes you just don't think. If it's not a problem, you don't think about it, right? Then also some offices actually have a know high heels policy. And this actually happened in our department. Our former finance administration manager, he ended up going home all the time with his migraine headaches. And finally they figured it out. The executive office assistant loves her high heels, and it was her high heels that were giving him the migraine. So finally they had to tell her, you can't wear high heels. And so she looked forward if he had a day off or he took off a week off, because then she could wear her high heels again. So just things you don't think about. Like honestly, I would have never thought about it. I mean, I just never would have. If you want to try to fit in a little bit in the office, fit in a little bit better, you might want to consider some things you could maybe do to help out. So maybe you walk by the photocopier and you see it's empty, right? And everyone's rushing around and busy, so maybe you want to fill up the photocopier with some paper for the next person that wants to use it. Maybe you grab, it's mid-morning, and you grab the coffee pot and there's like just a tiny little bit left at the bottom. Maybe you're the person that makes that second cup of coffee every day. Or maybe when that stupid printer breaks down, maybe you're the one that knows how to change the cartridge and get that printer up and running again. And believe me, people will love you with that person. It's not me. I also wanted to mention the topic of gossip. And this is especially relevant if you're starting a new job. I find that gossip is a relationship killer. And sometimes, you know, you have to be prepared to have some kind of plan, because sometimes, you know, stuff gets in your face and you have to respond, right? So I found in my experiences there's different ways you can handle it. So maybe you're in a large group and these people over here start gossiping. Maybe you could, you know, move over to this group. Or maybe you could change the subject, you know, because sometimes when you abruptly change the subject, sometimes people go, oh, I don't think she wanted to talk about that. But that doesn't always work. It's like maybe you go out for lunch with someone, or you go out for coffee with someone, and they start, you know, dishing someone else and, you know, saying all this stuff that there's really no proof for, because the person is not there to defend themselves, right? So sometimes you have to say, I'm sorry, but I'm just here to work. I'm not here to gossip. That person's not here to defend themselves, and I'd rather talk about something else. It does take a little bit of courage, though, and sometimes people go, well, I don't want to go out for lunch with her. She's too boring. But you have to say what you have to say. Now, if I could give you one tip to help you fit in a new office, this would be the tip that I want you to remember and take home with you. I encourage you, if you start a new job, figure out who are those people in your office that are discreet, they're trustworthy, and they're a good resource. And don't worry, they'll usually find you. They're the ones that'll come up to you and say, oh, welcome to the office. We're so glad to have you. Just let me know if you need anything or you have any questions. My door is always open. And those are the people that are going to help you with your career. And I would say that if I've had any success at all in my career, it was because of these people that helped me when I needed help. When I didn't understand something, they explained it to me. Those are the people that say, there are no dumb questions. You know, they're the ones that when you go and you ask them for help, they'll make you feel stupid. I hate that when I feel stupid. But I've been so lucky, so blessed that I've had these amazing people in my career along the line when I needed them, so that I could increase my skill set, that I could gain skills, and that I could get the things done that I needed to get done. I'm very grateful for that. So find those people, seek those people out, and they will help you do your job better. Next slide, please. Okay, so if you want to develop better relationships with people, this might sound a little bit silly, but you have to be strategic about it. Kind of like, you know, the University of Saskatchewan has a strategic plan. The College of Medicine has a strategic plan. Well, you need to have a strategic plan to develop relationships with people in the office. And the reason I say this is if you're not serious about it, if you don't come up with a 6 months will go by, a year will go by, 2 years will go by, and you still don't know half the people in your office, right? You're just in your corner busy working away. I don't know, who is that guy that works down the hallway? His name might be Joe, but I don't know who he is. So the first place I would encourage you to start would be to sort of feel out, because this is never written in stone, but sort of feel out the major functions in your workplace. So like I mentioned before, the vet college, that fall barbecue, and that Christmas dinner, those were the biggies. So try to attend those if you can. And then try to be strategic and, try to go to as many office social events, so even if they're little ones, like we're having a potluck next Friday, can you bring something? I know sometimes you're busy, you can't necessarily make every single one, but especially if you're new, if you can try to go show your colleagues that you're friendly and you want to get to know them on a more personal level, and people respect that, because if you ask them about their kids or you ask them about their significant other or you ask them about their hobbies, at least to me that demonstrates that you care about me as a person. I'm not just some tool in a box that you pull out to get a job done. But I'm a human being and I have feelings and I have a life outside of my job. And I'm passionate, the word that came up before, and I'm passionate about many, many things. And I found in my experience that people really appreciate that if you take the time to ask them about their social life. Now, I think you need to take it a step further and actually plan some activities to go out and do with your coworkers. So you might want to go out for lunch, invite someone out for lunch, or maybe in the summer, it's so beautiful, we got those nice walking paths at the university, ask someone to go for a walk. I had a coworker, we actually went to the gym a couple of times after work. That was a little bit strenuous, but it was still fun. It was fun. So while I'm on the topic of developing relationships with your colleagues, I just wanted to point out just a little thing out. I have found in my experience that I try to spend less time with the what I call rain cloud people in my office. And these are the people that are depressed all the time, they're whining, they're complaining, they hate their job, they're just such a downer. And if you're not careful, they'll bring down your mood and they'll hurt your good attitude too. So what I do is I gravitate towards the positive people in my office, the people that love their job, the people that have hopes and dreams. And I was so blessed. I've been in my own office now. I finally got my own office for like 3 months now, but prior to that I had worked with a young lady, and just so inspiring. She got her nursing degree, then she became a nurse practitioner. She just finished her master's in public health, and she's just cares so much about people, and she's just so passionate about everything she does. So it actually worked out quite well. I was really disappointed. Oh no, I have to share an office with someone, because all my other jobs I'd always had my own office, so I got a little bit spoiled. So I shared my office with her, and she was just so inspiring. And so it would get to the point where I'd almost come to work just to see what she had to say. She was amazing. And so it's just funny. Sometimes when you think something is not going to be a good thing, that, oh no, now I have to share my office with someone. Well, I'd gladly do it all over again, because that woman was amazing. And we're really good friends until this day. Some small things that you can work on to get to know the people in the office. Well, I would encourage you to try to get to know everyone's name. And of course, it depends on the size of your office, of course. But you can start small. So what I usually do, because like I said, I've been moved around quite a bit, is I try to maybe take 3 names, I'll write them down on a piece of paper. Every time I see them, I'll say, good morning, Jane, or whatever, and then that'll reinforce it for my brain. And then I'll remember 3 names. And then when I'm good with those, then I'll add a couple of names, and then slowly my list will get bigger and bigger. I don't know about you, but it makes me feel special when someone remembers my name and says, good morning, Karen. It makes me feel special that they actually took the time to know my name. And then also, it's something small, but you know, when you're making your way to your cubicle or office in the back or whatever, it's important to say good morning. I mean, how hard is that? Just say good morning, and Bill's over here, good morning, Bill, and good morning, Sue. You know, it's such a small thing, but again, it makes people feel special. You acknowledge their existence. And then another important tip, this is a big one, so please remember this one as well. Don't underestimate the power of small talk. So Monday mornings especially are really good. Monday morning is your opportunity to talk to people. So if you know someone was doing renovations on the weekend, how did the renovations go? Or if you knew someone was going to a Shania Twain concert on the weekend or whatever, how was the concert? Or maybe someone, their daughter's turning 2 and they had this big birthday party on the weekend. Well, ask them, how was your daughter's birthday party? And they really, you know, you can just see their little eyes light up and everything. They're just so happy that you asked them about that. Next slide, please. So here is just an example, again, we'll be sharing slides, of some of the things I've done to work on developing better relationships with other people. And one of the things that has really been a great joy to me over the last couple of years was I implemented my own personal kindness campaign. And part of that is I've actually been, it takes a bit of work, but I've been nominating my colleagues at the university, and I've been nominating colleagues from other universities for awards, because there's a lot of staff awards out there, right? You don't have to be a faculty member to get an award. So anyways, you can have a look at that as well. Next slide, please. So I truly believe that your behavior in the office will impact your relationships with your colleagues. So Susan makes a pot of coffee every morning. Mark gave me tips on how to use InDesign. His help made such a difference. Clara knew I was having trouble, so she took me aside and helped me learn how to use 25 Live. So people will remember that when you help them out. Or if you're the one, like maybe you've been in the office for a while and you're the one that shows the new employees around or shows them how to use a particular program, people remember that, and that's going to have an impact on your relationships. Next slide, please. So just for fun, I listed a list here of 31 bad work habits I downloaded over Business Insider back in 2017, and I just thought it was kind of interesting. I had to look at it myself, I just to make sure that I'm not doing something that could potentially be annoying to someone else. So you can have a look at that when I send out the slides. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about reducing your noise print. And again, this is more relevant for people that are working back at work full-time or working hybrid. And it depends on the format of your workplace as well. So again, if it's an office floor of cubicles, the noise is going to carry a lot. Or if you have a lot of adjoining offices, you know, the noise can really carry. So next slide, please. So I think it's important that you think about your own behavior and that you make sure that you don't do anything to create more noise in the workplace. So I'm talking about things like using your inside voice on the telephone. So you really shouldn't be shouting unless you're outside on your cell phone and there's a train going by. But inside, for the respect of your colleagues, keep it to that inside voice. Things like making personal calls, do that during your lunch hour when people aren't working. Eating your lunch in the lunchroom. Like I know I have one coworker, she eats a bag of carrots for lunch. And, you know, crunching vegetables, that can be annoying. Chewing gum as well. Some people forget they're chewing gum and then, you know, they chew quite loudly, but then when they start blowing bubbles and then snapping them really loudly, that can get pretty irritating, I tell you. I'd already mentioned the importance of small talk, and it's important to take just a few minutes every day and just, you know, ask someone how their day's going or how their evening was. But at the same time, don't stand around and talk for long periods of time. If you're going to have a conversation with someone, then, you why not ask them to go, maybe to the atrium or some quiet spot where you don't disturb everyone else on the floor. Another thing that people don't think about is setting up your wardrobe to respect your coworkers. So, for example, avoid wearing bracelets that clank on the keyboard. It's quite annoying. Like, I love bracelets, don't get me wrong, but if they're clanking on the keyboard while you're typing, that could be irritating to your coworkers. And then, as I mentioned before, you might want to wear soft shoes rather than loud clip-clop heels. You can use technology to minimize unwanted noise. So if you want to listen to music, that's fine. Just wear headphones and make sure everyone else can't hear the music. For your cell phone, set it on vibrate. Everyone on the floor doesn't have to hear every time you get a text message. And then another thing I found work, because like I said, I was sharing an office there for at least 7 years, and I did a lot of virtual meetings, I did a lot of virtual presentations, and this was quite, it didn't work well because my coworker would be on the phone and she'd be talking, and sometimes we were almost yelling above each other. So what I'd do is sometimes if I had a speaking engagement or a webinar or something, I'd book a separate room, and then that way I didn't disturb. Next slide, please. I'm trying to be conscious of the time. So I truly believe that being considered in the office will impact your relationships with your colleagues. So just to give you a couple of examples, I won't read them all. Bill is so quiet, working away in his little corner that I never hear him. I'm glad that Jane isn't wearing high heels. That loud clip-clop gets on my nerves every time she walks by. Joe came in to discuss his personal problems with Tim. I wish they would go somewhere else to talk. And then Doug swears so much. I don't like his loud behavior when I'm trying to get my work done. Next slide, please. So now I want to talk about rebranding failure. Because we're all human, we all make mistakes, and mistakes are going to happen. Next slide, please. So I think if you make a mistake, it's important to reflect and try to come up with some safeguards so that you don't make that mistake again the next time. You can make notes, you can put reminders in your calendars, maybe you can start the task a little bit earlier next time, or maybe you can ask, get more help, because I found when I organize events, I can't be in 1 or 2 or 3 places, well, I can be in 1, but not 2 or 3 places at one time. You can actually pay attention to factors that are going to increase your error rate. And that's things like stress or pending deadlines, trying to do too many things at one time, not taking breaks, not getting enough sleep, or not eating right. You can actually make small changes in your lifestyle to decrease your error rate. It's almost my mantra, is to keep on top of things, to try to get as many things done in advance. So if I'm finished a major project and I maybe have an hour left at the end of the day or half an hour at the end of the day, I'm always thinking, okay, well, what could I start? Like, oh, I know, I've got this coming up in 2 weeks. Maybe I could start on that. So, because if I have less time later, any little bit I do now is going to help me later. You can organize your schedule lighter around peak deadlines. You can try to focus on tasks one at a time. I encourage you to take your breaks and your lunch hours, because some people say, well, I can get more done. Well, can you? If your focus drops and your productivity drops, the best thing you can do is actually take that break, and your productivity and your focus is going to come right back up, and you're going to do more work than if you wouldn't have taken the break. Be open to feedback, and most importantly, and I've seen this before, and it can be problematic, but if you make a mistake, you need to own up to it. You need to apologize and take responsibility for it, and not throw someone else under the bus. I've seen that before, and that is not a way to establish good relationships with your colleagues. Not good at all. Next slide, please. So I believe that taking responsibility for your actions will impact your relationships with your colleagues. I thought Betty was going to throw me under the bus, but she told my boss she forgot to tell me to book the room. I take full responsibility for the error. What can we do to prevent this from happening again next year? Next slide, please. So, wrap up time. So, soft skills are good manners and interpersonal skills that help us get along with others and build positive relationships. How well you do your job will affect your relationships with other people, and developing more meaningful relationships with your colleagues will affect how well you do your job. So there's a relationship there. It's important to understand that interplay between your relationships with other people and how well you are going to perform. And then I just end with one of my favorite quotes. At the end of the day, people won't remember what you said or what you did, but they will remember how you made them feel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. He has a question.
Okay, thank you. On the slide, I know we can't go back to the slide, but there was a part where you mentioned where is it the rainy,
Well, the rain cloud people,
yeah.
yes.
Let me see how I'll put this. I'll put out a live scenario. My office, it's not happening to me, but it's happening to a colleague. In his department, there's this one individual who always comes with negativity every day. And unfortunately, the boss, who is just in that same office but has a separate room, he doesn't stop it. He doesn't reprimand. He's more or less like he doesn't respond as a supervisor would.
Right.
And it's affecting my colleague. So he comes to tell me, and I'm like, what can I tell him? So I'm like, what's the best way to go about such things when they happen?
Yeah, well, I don't think I have a perfect solution for that. And you know, you can't eliminate these people from your life because you have to work with them. Or sometimes, if you're lucky, you don't have to work with them directly, and then you're like, yay. But if you have to work with them, what I found in my experience was at least try to limit my time with them. Or you can sometimes gently say, do you think we could change the topic and talk about something more uplifting? Or you can sort of take over the conversation and say, well, you know, I know there's a lot of work in your job, but at the same time, you know, I'm glad to have a job. I'm glad I'm not unemployed, and you can try to sort of pull them up a little bit, sort of treat it as an education moment. It doesn't always help, though. And like I said, in those cases, you've got to try to really limit your time with them. It does make it difficult because it can really drag you down.
Hi, thank you so much. So I have, I think, two scenarios. In Nigeria, most of the food I cook has crayfish. So I microwave my food, and someone came up to me and said, "Oh, I'm allergic to fish. Don't eat fish around here." I was like, "Okay." That was summertime. I go into my car and I eat them. But the weather is getting cold. I cannot go into my car, so I get to eat in the kitchen. And I noticed that they can smoke right inside the office, and I complained about it. And then they fell back and said, "I wear perfume." So I really don't know how to manage this whole scenario, because am I supposed to stop eating my food? What am I supposed to do in that kind of situation? Like, I don't know.
That's a real one.
Well, that's
Karen, do you have an answer?
Yeah, that's quite the dilemma. Almost sounds like a double standard, you know, really. What I do in those cases is I usually go directly to the supervisor if you have difficulties with colleagues, you know, and see what is the office policy, right? We're lucky in the College of Medicine, like the Department of Surgery doesn't have a lunchroom, so I have to either eat it at my desk, but I have my own office now, yay. Did I say that before? So we don't have a food room, so we can just walk around the college and find any chair and sit, and like, you know, we have that huge atrium, and like the smells dissipate very quickly I don't know, like your building, if there's somewhere you could go outside your eating area and you know, eat undisturbed what you want. I don't know how your fish tastes cold. That might be another option. I get so busy sometimes I don't even bring the food to the microwave anymore. I just eat it. So I don't know if that would work for you, like cook it and then just eat it cold, then it would not smell as much. But I would definitely talk to the supervisor because there should be some policies. Like, I mean, you can't discriminate against someone. Although this, I mean, food is kind of maybe a gray area, but at the same time, there should be some workable solution that you could come up with.
Thank you so much, Karen. I just want to add this to what you already said. The environment is a little bit tense, a little bit. Like you have to walk your way around to find yourself stabilized where you are. So some people complain, not necessarily because of your food that smell or something, but many things will happen to you until that point in time when I'm talking from like my perspective may be different from yours. Like I'll give you an example. I've been working in my workplace for 13 years and I have my office, I take clients, they come in. This particular client came in and I went out to see if my next appointment was there. She wasn't there. So someone teams me and said, there's someone here that I want to speak to someone. So I took that person instead. So I would say I took a walk-in client, right? And someone now now went to the supervisor like half an hour later and said, there's a Christiana's client came and she never took her. She's still sitting down there. So as I walked past, my supervisor called me and said, Christiana, check your teams. Someone teams you and said, your appointment has been waiting for half an hour. You know, to me, why would you go to my supervisor to tell her that someone? So that's why I said you have to walk your way. You know what I did? I said, oh, I took a walk-in. She said, okay, that's fine, but she's still waiting. So I wrap up the one that came in as a walk-in, and I still took her. So I went to the lunchroom, and this particular lady, she just sat there. She was expecting me to react. I didn't. I just warmed my coffee. I went back to my office. I came back again. She went, Christiana, were you able to take that? I said, oh, yeah, of course. I did it all. So she can actually see that I wanted to, but I didn't. So you already made a point softly, hardly, whichever way. So you have to, God helping you. You settle down. But before you settle, God will help you to settle. That's just the word.
Wait, can I take the last question?
Okay. Just to add to that, if I ask my question, is that every organization have a policy around scent. So you might want to check. Because in my office, there are limitations to how much offensive scent you can bring in. So even, not just ours, even the Asian guys have a lot of spices too that are very good, you know. But you just have to limit that. Just check around and ask for what is the scent policy around here, which will help. Just a quick question from you. If you have to, how do you get back from a difficult conversation? So if you are in that position where you have to be giving difficult conversation with people and you want to go through all of these things, people are not going to like you at some point because you're going to tell them they're not doing well. This is what you need to do to get better and all of that. So, and people don't want to like you because you have to be that person that always dish out some difficult conversations. So how do you still balance that with having to be a good colleague and having to be that friend of your staff? So that's
Did you get his question, Karen? Okay, so he was asking that how do you balance between being that person at work that has to dish out or talk about hard things, like tell people how they're performing at work, and if they're not doing too good, like have those hard conversations and still be very nice and friendly as a colleague. How do you match those two up?
Serious moments. Love working with humorous people. Lighten things up a lot. But it's a fine balance. I think it's hard to find that balance, but you have to have both. You have to be the boss and make this decision. You also have to remember that relationship with employees. Want to demonstrate empathy and want to have good listening skills. You want to listen to them and you want to work with them if it's a problem to come to some kind of outcome that hopefully you'll both be comfortable with, or that everyone in the office can live with. So no, I really don't have an answer. It's not easy. That's all.
You just have to exercise some sort of wisdom and discretion to know how to balance things. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you so much. Wow. It's been a long day full of information, and it's just been awesome. I've had a good time. I don't know about you. We do have one last speaker, but I'm not sure whether we can. I see that people are yawning and tired. And so is it okay we maybe save that for another time? It's actually about home ownership and mortgages. I know it's a very hot topic. How do I buy my first house in Canada? What do I need to have? But I'm just looking at the time. If you guys are up for it, if she can wrap up in 20 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't know if that's possible. You want to say something, sir? Okay, if you want her to speak, a show of hand. Okay. I'm not voting. A show of hand, if you want her to speak. All right, a show of hand. Okay, so if you would like us to just move this to another time, a later opportune time, which I can't say. Can I see a show of hand? Okay, so it seems like everybody wants to hear you, ma. Maybe you run as fast as you can. And yes, so please let's welcome. For those that don't know her, she is a banker by profession, a mortgage banker. I think that's your field. But she's been in the banking sector for years, even back in Nigeria. So she's going to take us through Canadian home ownership. What are those things we need to know or get ready to buy our first home? Turn on the lights.
Sorry, I'm going to sleep because this has been on for 5 hours now. I have no slide for you, please. Okay, no, I have no slide. I hope my computer doesn't want me to talk. No, not that one. I'm going to. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly introduce myself. There's a slide, but I couldn't get it across to the other side there. My name is Christiana Oguride. I moved to Saskatoon here in Canada 13 years ago in 2010. And myself and my husband, we have 2 children. We are pastors of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I am a grandma. My daughter just had a baby. I've been working with Affinity Credit Union since 2010 when we moved to Saskatoon. And I'm a mortgage banker. So I don't want to call myself a broker, but I am a banker. I do mortgages, loans, and that's all I do for the credit union. I'm going to be very fast. I welcome you all here. So there are stages to this particular topic I want to talk about. Today I just want to talk about getting professional help to buy a home. Getting professional help. Of course, we've settled in our mind that Saskatoon is home or Canada is home and you're ready to buy a home. So you need professional help. And that's what we are going to be talking about today. Buying a house is like building the house itself. There are people involved in the coming together, finally, of saying, I'm buying a house. And what we are going to just hear very, very quickly is the role and responsibility of your own buying team. So there's a team for buying a home. What to look for in a real estate agent, a mortgage broker, home inspector, and other professional. What to do if you need to find a new home buying professional. So we need a team of people when you're looking to buy a home. So you may ask yourself, why do I need a professional to buy a home? I like a house, I go there. It's not like food stuff. Houses are not like that. So why should I get a professional to buy my home? So buying a home is a complicated process, one that you won't want to undertake alone. Work alongside professionals who you know and you trust, or by references from other people. Who are this team? You need a lender or a mortgage broker. So a lender are from the financial institution. I'm going to be explaining, some of these things very, very quickly as we go on, so that we leave here on time. We've been here since 10 o'clock. It's a long time. I'm sorry. So you need a lender or a mortgage broker. You need a real estate agent. You need home inspector. You need a lawyer or a notary public. I will go very quickly to tell you what they will be doing for you. You need an appraiser. You need a land surveyor. You need an insurance broker. You need a builder or a contractor if you are looking to build your own house yourself. Who is the lender? A lender is a financial institution lending money for the purpose of buying a property, or for the purpose of buying a property. It could be a bank, a credit union like where I work, or it could be a trust companies. Mortgage brokers are independent, which means they do not work for any specific lender. We talked about lender or broker. So brokers will find, finances for you wherever they can find it from. What are the responsibility of your lender? They verify all your financial information and complete a mortgage application for you. They provide you with information about the various type of houses, maybe a townhouse, a condo. They provide you with all those information. That's what your lender will do for you. Or provide information and advice on mortgage terms and repayment options. So you want to see your lender first when you have a desire and a mind to buy a house. Why? Because you want to know how much you qualify for. You don't want to go out and see all these beautiful houses, 500, 600, even 700, and then you go to your lender and they tell you that you can only qualify for 200. So you already have, you will be already disappointed by that this is the particular house I like and this is the reason why I like it. So you need to see your lender first and see what you qualify for. Avoid predatory lenders. Who are predatory lenders? Predatory lenders provide loans that may be hard to pay back. Beware of the following. And this is how you know who are predatory lenders. Their interest rates are very high. They have brokerage fees. They have unnecessary costs. They tell you to pay 500 or 1,000 before they start work at all. Next day approval. Over the phone, they have approved you. Next day approval, you talk to them today. Tomorrow, you are approved over the phone. Email or phone offers for bargain. Loan higher than the value of your home. Maybe your home is only worth 400, and they say, oh, this home, we are approving you for 500. You know that there are lenders that are just about to put you into trouble. So you need real estate agent. Your real estate agent is one of the most important member of your own buying team. They will help you to find a property and negotiate on the price. Will help you navigate the home buying process. So what does your real estate agent do? Like if a house is on the market for like 500,000, your real estate agent will know whether you are able to bargain down 20,000 or more or less or something like that. But these days, because of the current situation of things, I've seen real estate agents even bargaining higher for people, just so that they will be able to get it. And that makes sense. You know, you see a house you like, is on the market for 350, and your real estate agent is saying, let's put an offer for 360, because they know that other people have also come, real estate agents as well, that they know that if they don't go higher, you're not going to get it. So they are working for you. So in the past, it used to be that your real estate agent will say, well, we can go down not more than 10,000. But these days, like I said, will be up. Your agent's responsibility. So this is the responsibility of your real estate person. Help you look for homes that meet your needs and financial circumstances. So once you've seen a lender and you've told them this is how much, and they've told you this is how much you qualify for, then you want to see a broker, a real estate person that will be able to find a house within your range, within the range that you have been approved in the bank. Help you look for homes that meet your needs and financial circumstances. They provide you with undivided loyalty and confidentiality. So they handle all negotiations with the seller. So they are the ones that will be talking to the seller for you. So you meet with them, you tell them that, okay, this house is on for this amount. They write up an offer and all that. So they will get your signature and submit it for you. That's how they stand in for you in that in the process of buying your house. They provide you with information about the community. So if you live on the west or the east or north or wherever, and you are looking to buy a house at in another part of the city, your real estate agent will be able to give you information about the community, the area that you are looking to buy a house from. They supervise the home inspection. So, like one of the team in home buying is an home inspector. So your real estate person will be one of the people that will come in to open the door for the home inspector to come in and check the house for you. True or false? A good real estate agent should help you buy a house as quickly as possible. False. It is false. It might not be as quick as you want it. So a good real estate person is not someone that is pushy. They have a house that has been in market for 500 days, and they are telling you it's a good house, very, very good. Just buy it. You know, it's not a kind of person like that. I dealt with someone that found a house to buy outside Saskatoon, and this particular house wasn't the house was not very expensive, but as a lender, as soon as I saw the house and the amount this person said he was buying the house, I said I needed an appraisal, an home inspection. I needed an appraisal, I needed home inspection. So I said, first of all, let's do home inspection. She said, no, there's no need. It's just within our range. We want that. I said, well, before I can approve this mortgage, we needed an home inspection. And the home inspector went there. The house has asbestos. How many people knows about? You know that asbestos could be a problem to the health of the people. And there were molds. And this is a family person. The children will go there. Molds can give, different kind of sickness and all that. We didn't end up doing that mortgage. And she was actually happy at the end. So these are the team that work with you. Sometimes you might see that, oh, it's just within the amount we want. But that's not the end of just buying the house. You need to know more about the house you want to buy. What to look for in a real estate agent? The agent that educates you and explain all the steps so you understand what is happening. It's not somebody that once they get your signature, they can capture your signature and they just put it on all the offer. Before you know it, you have signed for the house that they have not discussed with you. Somebody that communicates, oh, I found this house. Do you want to? Because sometimes you don't really have to meet with them again. They already have your, what do they call it? Those signature that you signed the first time. You already e-sign. They just attach it to it. E-sign, everything. So somebody that talk to you, that discuss with you, is who you are looking for in a real estate agent. Someone that explains what your options are so you can make a wise decision. Someone that have good professional contact. And someone that also has time for you. One of the team again that we mentioned earlier is an home inspector. Most people, when it comes to home inspection, they are like, I don't need one. It's just additional $500. Why do I? Particularly for older buildings, if it is not a new house, I will advise that you do an home inspection. Don't take your brother or sister or somebody that you think will see things in the eyes and say, this house is good. There was a mortgage that I was looking at a time, and they did an home inspection. A friend of theirs went there and she said, this house is good, everything, da, da, da. But now we needed a professional home inspector. And the inspector went there, and he discovered that there are 2 wires. I don't know how they call it, Some of the things they say, I have to Google it myself because I'm not a builder. But one wire that is touching another wire could cause fire in the future. And this was done by the previous homeowners because they did the wiring system themselves. And it's only the home inspector that have the license to be able to see all these things and explain to the new buyer. So he explained it to them, and correcting that, they were able to reduce $5,000 from the original price of the house. And the seller agreed and said, you know what, I just want to sell. He walked away, and he was able to get that money back to be able to fix that problem. But if it had been somebody that is not knowledgeable that you took there, you just say it's fine because you are just looking at everything on the surface. And home inspector too can tell you how long the shingles has been on there. If there is problem, or maybe you are looking at, beware, in 2 years you might need to do some work on the roofing of the house. So things like that. So most real estate agents will recommend that you have a home inspection by a professional as a condition of purchase. In our financial institution, when it comes to older houses, we will always require home inspection if it's not a brand new house. Sometimes we waive it, particularly if the house is not very old. But most times we ask for home inspection. The home inspector is an independent authorized inspector. Inspectors can uncover defects and major deficiencies with the house that may not be apparent. Your home inspector's responsibilities are: do a comprehensive visual inspection and provide a report. They identify components that are not functioning or need to be replaced. Not to tell you what the cost of repairs will be, or to make a recommendation about whether to buy. So they give you a recommendation of what this is likely to cost you to fix it, so that you make an informed decision. So what to look for in a home inspector? There's a license that an home inspector must have. They must belong to an association, NHICC and all of that. We have our own that we will say we want an inspection done from a licensed inspector. So you also need legal advisor when it comes to buying a house. So it's, the exchange of the fund is not between you and the seller or stuff like that. It goes through the lawyer. So your legal advisor, work with either a notary or a lawyer. Most times we do lawyers, we don't do notary. Hiring a legal expert will save you time and money. Most financial institutions require the participation of legal experts before they will approve a mortgage, because the fund will not go through you. It's going to go through the lawyer's trust and then to the seller and stuff like that. Certain parts of the process, for instance, holding your deposit in escrow, that needs to be undertaken by a lawyer or notary public, because as soon as you are interested in a house, you do a deposit. That deposit goes to the realtor, then the realtor to the lawyer, and is put in a trust account, pending the time that the sales is completed. Responsibilities of the lawyer, I'm not going to go through that because of that time. They are very important in the sales process. What to look for in a lawyer, I won't go through that. Appraiser, I already mentioned that. Land surveyor, insurance broker, builder or contractor. You need all these professionals when you are buying a house. I've spoken already about your appraiser. Your appraiser must also have a license that gives them the right to do that appraisal. And, you know, there was someone that bought a house, and she did home inspection. Few years after he bought the house, he realized that there was a major defect in the house. You know, they went back to that home inspector, and they had to use their own insurance to fix that property for them. So, appraisal, home inspection, they are all very important. And you can also build your own house too. You need a licensed builder, or you can do the building yourself if you are knowledgeable about it. I don't want to take too much time. Any question?
There was one that came in before we take the live questions. So this person wants to know, what's the first step? Do I get the pre-qualification from the bank before hiring a realtor or a real estate agent to help me start searching? Or do I find the house first and then go for the pre-qualification? That's because they understand that if they keep shopping around for interest, it affects their credit score if it's a hard check. So do I just find the house and then go for pre-qualification? I know what I want to buy, right? I know how much I can afford based on the down payment that we've saved. So what's the first step? Get a realtor or go to the bank first?
There's so many ways of doing, mortgage, because you can say that, oh, I have the 5% down payment. But if you go to the bank and you have an idea of the house that you want, your house is 500, and then you go to the bank, and the bank tells you that you can only qualify for 350. There are options. It's either you increase your down payment, right? Or maybe it's only you that want to qualify for the mortgage before. Your wife is not there. Then you can add the wife to it. So all these different options, the bank would have looked at. And sometimes too, it might be that you have a car loan, and you've had this car for 4 years, and this car is for 7 years. So 3 more years. So the bank can say, let's extend the amortization of your car. Your car, you're making 900 payments every month. But if we extend the amortization to give room for you to be able to buy the house you want, your payments could be like 350. That will help. Or we can even tell you that, oh, within this short period of time, can you pay off this loan? Or can we put all these things together? Do all that. You don't have to go from bank to bank to bank. Once you have an idea from one bank, it's good enough for you. Shopping around is not going to do you anything. Maybe you go here and say, they told me 400. Maybe you will tell me 350. The only thing that the other bank could do that would be different from the first one is if they help you to look
deep down into how can we make things work. I do that a lot. Like, okay, you have a car, 900. It's convenient. I want to be paying it like that. But you have other credit card. Put it all together and make your payment certain amount. So that's the only way that somebody can now say, okay, now you qualify for 500. But apart from that, you have an idea. Because if you find most realtor won't even take you to see a house if they don't know what you qualify for. You are wasting their time. So the best thing is to know how much you qualify. The first question they will ask, this is not Nigeria, that they will be asking you a question. You say, no, I don't want to tell them, so that they will not take me to shop for high price. You are not ready. How much do you qualify for? It's you now that they will be like, okay, 500. But we don't want to buy a house that is more than 350. Because the payment of that 500, I'm still giving my mother-in-law food money at home. This is not factored into the 500 that you gave me. You know that in your mind. So do your own calculation after the bank has done their calculation. Yes.
Second question that came in online is it better to deal with a private broker, like a mortgage broker, or go to your bank? What are the advantages?
Go to your bank, I would say. I would say go to your bank. But sometimes your bank might have, how do I call it now? Their rules and regulation might not accommodate your request. Because so many things. So go to your bank first. And if your bank now tells you that, no, we cannot do it unless this, that, and that. Also, there are some other banks too that can do it that your bank might not. Like Credit Union, because we are local, we are Saskatchewan. You are buying a house in Saskatoon. They want to grow Saskatoon now. Builders have built a lot of houses. They want it to go. BMO, RBC, they don't care. Somebody will buy in Ontario, you know. So I'm not advertising Credit Union for you, but try them. Try, contact that way, because we are local and they want to develop the city of Saskatoon. But your bank is the first place to go because they have all your financials already. Check with them. But if you feel that I don't even know somebody I can talk to in my bank, instead of doing your credit check everywhere, just put things through and say, okay, I'm going to this place to check that one time. So the benefits, things happen. I know people that went to brokers and they got their mortgage, and something happened in the house that they needed to spend some money on it, and they couldn't get the broker to take their equity out because the broker has sold the house for you. They've walked away. Maybe your mortgage is somewhere you don't even know the name. They are just taking the money every month. Just say, my money, do you know where your mortgage is coming out from? They send you one letter 1 year. You can't go there to say, I win a jackpot, I want to put money on my mortgage. You can't. So those are the difference between, bank and private broker. And look at it again. When COVID just came, banks, through the federal government or something like that, they did a program for people that are struggling with paying their loans, mortgages, and things like that. People that have their mortgages in the bank can actually walk in there and skip their mortgage up to a certain period of time. That you might not be able to do with a broker. Your broker, as soon as he sells the house for you, I'm not saying this to discredit anybody, but you might not even be able to reach them again. Okay.
Thank you, madam. How can you key into the FHA first-time owners, the TFSAs and all of that? How can you utilize all of that to lower the equity or amount of equity you need to pay, the down payment in trying to get a home? And you said that first you have to know how much you qualify for. Were you referring to going to the lender, or is it the broker, or is it the bank that will know how much you qualify for first? the lender and the bank.
Yes.
And when you do that, are you going to get hard check consistently? This one will do a hard check, this one will do a hard check, which lowers your credit score, which now lowers your chances of getting a good.
That's why I said, go to your bank the one time. Don't go from here to here. Once you go to your bank and they give you interest, 6%, right? I'm just saying that, just to be ridiculous, right? Because interest rate itself is something. And they've given you the 6%, and they tell you that you qualify for 400. Take that. By the time you now want to buy, you might end up with another financial institution that will give you 5.2. But don't go from one bank to another bank trying to check how much would I qualify for. I'm just trying to say that the difference between how much bank A, bank B, and C will qualify you for is not, it won't be that much unless somebody puts something together for you. Check your all. Does that make sense? So now talking about RRSP, TFSA, all those things. There's a new, TFSA savings plan now that you can use to buy a house that just came. It's not, they are talking about it. It has not started. Maybe not at Affinity. But RRSP, your RRSP is a good vehicle, an amount there for you that you can use to buy a house that will help you with your down payment. So how does that work? So if you have been contributing your personal contribution, not your employer's contribution, unless your employer has a program for you that allows you to be able to withdraw that money to use to buy a house. Not in all cases. Some employers have that. But your personal contribution, because when you are making your RRSP contribution, when you see your NOA, your notice of assessment, they will tell you that this is the available room for you that you can contribute. If you make that contribution, I'm talking now to people that has been here for maybe a long time, or your income is high. For example, we've done this before, that someone has a contribution room of 50,000 and she came to the bank. So what I did for her was to do a loan of 50,000 to contribute to RRSP. And that 50,000, we amortized it over 15 years. And she now took that 15,000 for the down payment of a house. So long as you make sure that you are paying that 15,000 over 15 years back to you are reporting it, that you are contributing it back into your RRSP through your income tax, the CRA is fine with it. It's allowed. Because the reason is because I'm just going, it's too high information I'm giving, but I don't know. But if you don't have a down payment, in my own place of work, we can borrow you the down payment. But the down payment, we can only amortize over five years. And for example, if you borrow 50,000, example, and you're paying for 5 years, your payments could be like 2,500. But you borrow 50,000 for RRSP, and you are paying over 15 years, your payments could be 1,000. You see that it gives you room to be able to, does that make sense? Because the lower the amount, the longer the amortization. I just want to add one thing to what the person that was talking about buying a house, buying a house said. When you take equity out of your first house, you can actually amortize over a long period of time so that you can have a room. For example, you are renewing your mortgage and you took out 100,000 equity. You turn back the mortgage to 300,000. Now your mortgage is 300,000. If before your renewal, your monthly payment is like 1,500. If you amortize it over a longer period of time, because it's remaining 20 years, right? Say, go back 30 years. You are not it's not that you are owing, but you are doing business, right? So once you amortize it over that long period of time, you drop like couple of $100 that gives you room to buy another house. Does that make sense?
Thank you, ma'am. I want to ask about insurance brokers. I have heard something about 20%. If the down payment is less than 20%, you need insurance. If it's more than 20%, you don't need insurance. Is that correct? And then there was something about life insurance products being used to cover insurance. So if you have life insurance, you can use that as a coverage, something like that.
I hope we are all Nigerian. I'm going to speak so that in a language we understand. I wish, when we talk about the insurance, we are talking about when you have 5% down. It's not insurance to cover you. It's insurance to cover the lender, the bank. So that if anything happens to your house, we don't lose our money. It's to cover us. Your life insurance is the one that covers you. Okay, you are buying a house. You found a house. That's why when we give you a mortgage and your insurance lapses, we call you like straight away. Go and do it quick because the money cannot, we don't want to lose money. Okay, let me explain from where you started. You put down 5%. The government of Canada has said that if you put down 5% too, there are two organizations we use. We use SAGEN and then we use CMAC. They are insurer of the mortgage for people that put down 5%. And the amount they charge is close to the 5% you put down. For example, your mortgage is 300,000. The house is 300,000. And you have 15,000, which is the 5%, right? I can't lie to you. As soon as you enter that house and they check the value of the house, they might tell you that it's 275. If something happens to you and the bank wants to collect the house back, we are short 25,000. No, we don't want that. That's why SAGEN or CMHC, insurer, we now come in because you are only putting down 5%. They will now collect like 14,500. It's always close to the 5% you put down. We give it to them that in case something, I'll give you an example. Somebody bought a house and he put down 5%. It's outside Saskatoon. I think it's Langham. So he moved to that Langham and then realized that the house got flooded the year after. And he didn't do anything. He just walked away and traveled. We couldn't, he wasn't paying. He paid his mortgage couple of months. And then we just didn't see him again. It's not the problem of the bank. We called CMAC or Gen Watt or SAGEN to say that this person is not paying mortgage again. It becomes their problem. They give us our own 300,000 that we originally gave him, right? And then we pursue. They pursue to be like, how much can we sell? Although we help them too, because my responsibility as a lender now, I tried to call that person. That's how I knew. I said, why? What happened? This one. She said, the house just got flooded, and I don't know what to do. So what can we do? So we now tell SAGEN that he said this is what happened. Although there are other things that you could have done, like insurance that covers flood. There is all of that. Let's not go there. So they will now send someone to go and inspect the place. They will now, will fix it for you so that you can continue to live here and continue to pay your mortgage. But if he says, you know what, I'm done with this house, then it becomes the responsibility of SAGEN to now sell it. Because the bank is not in the business of selling house. We are in the business of lending money. So that's why we need an insurer. And this is why 20% we are not asking for insurance. 20%. Your house is 300,000. What is 20%? 60. You put 60,000 down and you just walk away. Whoever will do, I go, but I have 250. Who will not buy it? Quick, they will buy it. And we keep that 10,000 for you until you can come back. Take your change. Oh, yeah, we do. They will return back. There's somebody that went. He even traveled somewhere, and he came back, and they gave him 20,000 for the house he bought a long time ago, and he just walked away. You know, that's why we do not need that, because you already put enough money to keep the value. The 5% doesn't retain any value. Thank you.
I have all the questions are tied together. So you talked about home inspection. So it looks as if you don't do that for newer homes. Is it because they have warranty? And how long does this warranty last before they expire? So what happens after the warranty too? Then how much stake do you need to have in a house for you to be able to take money out of the house to buy the next house?
You need to have more than 20%, yeah. And it's because of the warranty that we don't need, because the home inspection will cost you money. So if you are buying a new house, there's warranty there. So so yeah, 5 years more time. Some have 10. No. Some have 10. New houses comes with their warranty, and some have 10. Most houses have 10. Yeah. There are other insurances too. You need fire insurance for the house, for whether old or new or whatever. Fire insurance that will cover.
This is back to the inspector. So, not new house. They've inspected the house. They've given you their report and everything. It turns out later on that inspection was not accurate or was not thorough. Thank you. Who will be held accountable? You will not? Okay.
Any other question? We all good? You had your hand up. All right. Thank you. Please, can we clap for Pastor Mrs. Thank you so much. And if in case you have any question after the fact, please just send them to me. I would make sure that she gets them and she can answer. Thank you. Wow, 25 minutes past our time. But I think it was worth it. Procedure, she has a question? Okay.
I just want to find out, in case you buy your first home and you get from your bank maybe the first 5 years, can you renew with another bank? I mean, after the first 5 years. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Oh, you can leave at any time, but you pay penalty. And when you're renewing the second time, they are looking for you. Yes, it's easier. The banks too want you. So I think you have an higher hand when you're renewing. They will give you better rates. Yes, well, not all the time, but most times they will give you better rates. All right, thank you so much. We have this recorded, so after the event, we'll have it uploaded on our YouTube channel. We'll send out the links to you. So if you want to watch it again, you want to listen to it again, you can always do that. And for all the questions that were not answered, I promise I'm going to send them to the speakers. Once they have the answers to me, I will send it to our email. Some people have asked for the contact of our speakers. Some of them have given me the authorization to give out their contact, so I would send that. But for those that have not, I would maybe send their work email if they are okay with that, and then we can reach them through those email. But thank you so much. It's been an awesome experience this year. Hopefully by God's grace, if Jesus doesn't come, we'll do it again next year. God bless you. Safe journey back home. Thank you so much.
you are a Lighthouse member, your support is needed to clean up and to get this ready for service tomorrow.